Welcome, everybody, to episode number 21 of the Dragon's Den podcast here on the channel. My name is Eric Hopkins, a.k.a. Gel. Welcome to this Friday evening, and I'm here with Mr. and Mrs. Spooby, Brandon and Miranda. Hopefully, we'll be joined by a few of the other guys here before the show's over with. Got a lot to talk about tonight. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good.
Good.
Yeah, hanging in there. Hopefully, Aaron will stop texting and actually get online. But anyway,
He's talking in the chat.
like he's in the chat, but he's not jumping on the camera. It's like, come on, bro. But anyway, hope you guys are having a good evening tonight. We're going to have a little bit of fun, hopefully, here too. Got some movies. We got a little bit of wrestling. We got some, football. We got some politics as usual toward the end of the show. So got all sorts of stuff to go through here tonight. I thought we'd get started, though, with a little bit of a funny video. I thought it'd be kind of cool to get started with a little bit of a laugh, I guess, if I could actually pull it up here. We're doing this new thing where I've got to change the screen share so it doesn't give us an echo, so I'm getting kind of used to that. So, all right, so here's a video of a young girl. Apparently, her dad's playing around with her. I guess he's messing around with her face. It's kind of rubbing her face up and down a little bit, but it ends up distorting her face, and she starts to have a freak out. So let's check this out.
Balança. Vai pra cá, pra lá, yeah. Aí.
Poor thing.
Oh no.
Vai, arruma, desce ele.
Poor girl thinks she's gonna be stuck that way forever, but you gotta love those filters. You know what I'm saying? So it's awesome. But anyway,
that's so messed up. Why would you do that?
Poor kid. Dad's having a ball though. I actually thought of Brandon.
Oh yeah.
I thought of Brandon.
If I were to do that, it wouldn't be to Anaya.
No.
No, because that freak out is a little more. Nah.
Be done to one of the boys. Yeah. I don't blame you there.
Yeah.
I wanted to do the spider one to Jaden.
Oh yeah, the spider one. He'd freak out for
real. Oh shoot! If there was a spider one, I'd just burn everything down at that point. The whole house. Well, hey, we got our first.
Those are just hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. We got our first comment in the chat. We've got Mike, who is officially back with us in our fantasy football league. So, welcome back, buddy.
I hate to say this, Mike, but you're not going to be as bad as I think you are you?
He won the regular season 1 year, but he's not won the title yet. So he's looking to make up for that, I think. So, but yeah, so we'll hopefully have a little bit of that going on as well.
Like Aaron been killing me
between Aaron, Matt, and now
Mike,
I don't know what we're going to do this year.
Right on cue. Here comes Matthew. What's up, buddy? Are you in a tent?
Said his name too many times.
Oh no, he's in a. You're muted, by the way. But
I'm driving at the current moment.
Get on the phone and drive. You can wait till you get home.
Yeah, we'll wait till you get to the house.
If you want to leave it on, that's fine, but you don't have to participate.
Yeah,
Hi.
No, you know how mad it is.
Yeah,
I rode with Matt one time. I don't want to do it again.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Have you ever, Eric?
What's that? Roll with Matt? Maybe once. Scared the hell out of me. So yeah, that's why I said put it away. He'll probably be out here in a little bit for sure. Mike said that he won the regular season his last 2 seasons that he played with us, I guess. I'm assuming you mean. Yeah, and Kathy also says hello. So welcome to Kathy, who is I said last week a random commenter number 1, but more like our best commenter because she's here every single week. So I apologize. That's for sure. We'll have to definitely get someone uber special to play you in the movie of the Dragon's Den. So if you want to find out more about that conversation, go check out last week for sure. But there's another video I thought was kind of interesting. This is more sad in my opinion, but I wanted to share it anyway because I thought it's wild. Yeah, I'll say it's wild for sure. But it's something that I thought it piqued my interest because it's like, I don't know if this guy's like really hard up for a girlfriend or what it is, but this guy here is apparently eating the ashes from this lady's cigarette butt. So this is kind of disgusting. Let's check this out.
Did you just put a cigarette into his mouth? That's... Oh, it's the video, if that's okay. I'm not judging. You're both consenting adults.
Oh, yeah.
Can I please capture your interactions? Thank you. Very kind of you. I wish everyone was as cool as this. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have two consenting adults role-playing in public. And I'd like to be offended, but they're two consenting adults, and I support their freedom. But the viewers will be wondering, what is going on? What is going on?
In the world of female supremacy.
Female supremacy?
Yeah. So they know that women are in charge and women are here to rule. So as the beta male...
Beta male? Are you a beta male? Okay, as the beta...
A beta male is basically a male that wasn't really born to be a man.
This is why we need to fix the food.
Happening, bro.
This is what happens when you eat too soy.
Well, I won't judge.
Too much soy. Yeah.
But is that not
Too
her?
much soy.
What is
Look,
happening right now?
I don't know if he's hoping this girl's going to eventually fall in love with him or what the deal is, but bro, seriously, grow a set. I mean, man,
What
it's
is
not that bad.
happening? But here's the thing. Some of this shit works for people, like for whatever reason. Being that this
How can you say it works for them? This
comparatively,
clearly somebody has something wrong with them.
they both
Just-
do.
Yeah, they both do technically, but yeah.
Well, yes, but yeah, I don't know.
I don't see how somebody wants to give up that much control, and somebody wants that much control over somebody else.
Someone who feels like they
That's wild.
deserve it or
And then
something. Or,
like in
yeah.
public with it is
Ugh.
crazy talk.
Mike says he hasn't said they just her first. Yeah, absolutely. And as Mike said too, Matt,
It's like
get
you
home and
just-
get out of your damn booster seat, then come in and join us. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
great too. But anyway, sorry.
It's
go ahead.
like you just want to say, man, get up, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I agree. That's just I saw that. I was just like, what is happening? You know, like I couldn't wrap my mind around that. You know, I mean, I totally, I don't know. I don't think I've ever wanted a girl that badly. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's eat the ashes.
Yeah,
off her
like
cigarettes.
this. Let's not
Um,
pretend that we haven't done something stupid for the opposite sex attention or whatever the case may be.
True.
That
But-
shit right there is crazy.
That's just-
just. I don't know.
I understand every socket has its plug, but like, bro, how do you find one that fits like that? That's
Yeah.
absurd.
Don't ask me. All right. Well, I guess we'll get into a little bit more lighter things before we get into some other not so light things later on. But
That's
let's get
wild.
I know, right? I can't. I don't know. I don't know if there's a good transition out of that, but I thought it was a video worth sharing. So let's get into some movie news. Obviously, if you have not noticed, I added a little bit of a ticker with some not so. I mean, they're important news items, but sometimes we don't get a chance to get to everything here on the channel. So I thought if there was a few things that I wanted to add, I would maybe throw them down there on the ticker, which won't have up there the entirety of the show. But I just thought it'd be kind of cool to kind of throw it up there. So if you guys are interested in some of that stuff, you can go look it up as well. Yeah, so one of the big movie news items that I wanted to get into this week is revolving around Sony Pictures and apparently their third entry in the Spider-Verse franchise with Miles Morales, the animated movies that are being very well adapted over there. And apparently there's some issues going on that I thought we would share a little bit here. Apparently the producers and writers of the second film, at least, Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, are apparently leaving the franchise. Their contracts with Sony will probably not be renewed at the end of 2024 here due to conflict with the studio. Apparently, they're having some issues with overspending and forcing long work hours on special effects artists because they literally changed, apparently, the second film's third act at the last minute before the film came out, which then caused a huge delay to the third film. That means the third film is going to have to be rewritten and animated all the way from the jump for the most part. They also had this sort of issues on Solo, a Star Wars story, because they were originally the directors of that film in the Star Wars franchise before they were let go by Lucasfilm as well. So some of this could be something that just kind of is happening with these two guys. Some reports are even suggesting that the voice cast for the third Spider-Verse film have not even begun voicing their lines yet. And remember, when Spider-Verse 2, Across the Spider-Verse came out, it was originally supposed to be released 1 year apart from the third film. So that film came out in 2023. Obviously, the new film is not coming out this year. And now reports are even suggesting that the third film in the franchise may still be 2 to 4 years away as of now. So 2026 is the earliest, which would be a 3-year gap, or 2028, which would be a 5-year gap, which there was a long gap between the first and the second films as well. But it's just kind of like, man, if they end up losing Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, which it was also working on some of the Spider-Verse stuff on television, like the Nicolas Cage Spider Noir live action show that he was going to be doing as well, which is kind of a spinoff of the Spider-Verse stuff. If they lose those two guys when it comes to the writing and producing, I wonder how bad it's going to affect the third film in the Miles Morales trilogy, because the storytelling and the animation, everything in those films are absolutely outstanding. And if it drops in quality, that's not good. I don't want to see that at all for those two movies, because those films are outstanding. The two of the best things that Sony's done.
The second one left off on that dope cliffhanger. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I'm intrigued.
With well, it's a spoiler, but it's been out now for over a year. So Miles G. Morales from the alternate universe was the villain that we're going to get in the third film, most likely. So Miles versus Miles. Now, we do know a few things about the third film already, so I wanted to talk a little bit about that too, is get your thoughts on it. What we know so far is apparently it was supposed to release of March of this year, so we know that didn't happen. It's indefinitely delayed. It's not even on a release schedule right now. We don't even know what year this is coming out at this point. It's knee deep into production, going along great according to reports, so that's good to hear at least. But with this development, we'll have to see how it ends up being. Beginning and ending are already written, so a whole middle of the film apparently isn't done yet. Best movie of the trilogy, according to the voice actor who voices Miles Morales, Shamik Moore. It's the last movie of the Miles trilogy. It'll have a satisfying conclusion to Miles and Gwen's storyline. It's as emotional as the last two movies. Spot, which was introduced in the second film, will become the Abyss in that movie. Miles wants to redeem Earth 42. There will be multiple variants of Gwen Stacy and they will appear and play an integral role into the plot, much like the Spider-Man variants that are in the first couple films. Gwen variants will influence Gwen and Miles' relationship, the current two main Gwen and Miles. Goes even deeper into the emotional connections between Miles, Gwen, Peter B, and more, and shows us how Miles can turn that feeling of betrayal into something affirmative and good, and shows how the love of the characters have for Miles impact his growth as a character. So it sounds good when it comes to what they've got cooking, but I'm just concerned if you lose the two guys who are basically, lauded with the success of the first two films. Now, they did not direct the first two films, so that gives me some hope that maybe somebody experienced with the franchise will come back and direct it. But it's just the writing and the producing of it. It's a little concerning is all. So what are your thoughts on maybe the potential of this third film so far? Based on what we know.
Like I said, it would suck if you just don't get it, because like two had some turns, and then him finding out the truth of like, you're not even supposed to be where you are. And then for the villain to be him, but seems to be a way like it was dope the way it ended. And it's like, I need closure, because I gotta see what happens from there.
Yeah, I do too. I just don't want the third film to fall off on quality. That's all I really worry about with this. It's like, because if you can nail that final third film, it'll be one of the best Marvel trilogies out there, in my personal opinion. And I know Mike he's in the chat here, said he never saw the first two movies. But really, and I know Mike is one of those guys, unless he's changed over the recent years, because I know he's got kids now. But when I used to hang out with him more, I know he was one of those guys who didn't care a whole lot for animated stories as much. He thought they were for kids for the most part. I'll tell you right now, there's a lot of stuff they're doing in animation that is not for children anymore. And the Spider-Verse movies is one of them.
The places in the tones and
dark stuff,
the realism of like this kid's life in New York.
Yeah, Mike, I don't like animated movies either, but I don't consider this one cartoon at all. It's a good movie.
I mean,
they are good movies.
Yeah.
Well, and I know a lot of these big franchises like Star Wars has been doing animation on, and I highly recommend all those, because some of the best Star Wars content is in their animated world. I know Marvel's kind of starting to dip its toes into it. Sony's been doing it with the Spider-Verse stuff. DC has already said that with their new universe starting next year with Superman, it actually starts a little early this coming December with Creature Commandos, which is an animated series that is going to tie into the new DC stuff as well. All these series, and we're going to get into another one here in just a little bit. We're going to watch a trailer for one. But they're starting to integrate all these animations and movies and television shows telling one big narrative. And I think that's kind of where franchises are going to be going here moving forward. So definitely got to get on that, Mike, if you've not done so. I highly recommend it, because there's some really good stuff in the animated world. I understand it's animated. It kind of screams it's for children, but not all of it's going to be like Jar Jar Binks humor from Star Wars either. A lot of the stuff. I mean, look at South Park, there's been all sorts of animated shows for years that are strictly for adults, for certain. Yeah. I don't know, but anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing all that, and hopefully we'll actually get the Miles Morales third film. I think it's going to happen. It's just I'm just concerned about where it's going. Now, I did want to get your thoughts on this. In the comics, from what I understand, Miles Morales, one of the comic lines ended with him with one of the Earths colliding with his Earth, and the next time you saw Miles Morales was in Secret Wars. So what happened? What would you think of if maybe the Miles Morales animated movies ended with an incursion? And perhaps the Miles Morales from the animated world shows up in the live action MCU in Secret Wars.
I was honestly sitting here thinking like how you could do that. Or even if like the scene that you see him in the animated world is the last scene you see, like, that post-credit scene in the next Spider-Man movie.
Oh, that they're already, I think they're talking now that Spider-Man 4 may take place after Avengers Doomsday, maybe in July of that year, if reports are to be believed. It's not 100% confirmed yet, but if that's the case, it would make a lot of sense. It'd be all this stuff going on, and Spider-Man would have to deal with it, and maybe that happens. And don't forget, too, in Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, the sequel with the Miles Morales storyline, we already saw Aaron Davis in live action from Spider-Man Homecoming make an appearance in that movie as the Prowler that was captured by Miles Morales and the whole Spider, society or whatever they had going on there with what's his name?
I think that would be
Dameron.
Cool,
He was. Yeah. Anyway,
the incursion, and like it's like him literally going from the animated to the real world, and like bumps into Peter Parker, but like all you see is like maybe the shoes and the leggings up, like so you don't really see who's playing Miles at that point.
Yeah, I think it'd be like a tease at first, and you can maybe introduce him a little later on, just kind of get hey, this is what's going to be coming up, and get your whet your appetite, so to speak. So that could be a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and it would definitely take a big collaboration between Sony and the MCU to probably pull this off. But they've been doing pretty good with the Tom Holland Spider-Man, as it were. So for sure. Kathy said you lost me on the word spider. Normally I agree with you, that's for certain. But I love my Spider-Man for sure, no doubt. All right, let's move into another bit of Marvel news that I wanted to discuss a little bit here that dropped today, actually. So it's a little bit of a news item that's fresh. Apparently, we are getting the return of Ultron. James Spader is officially going to be returning, according to the Hollywood Reporter, which is a very reputable website in the world of Hollywood. And he's going to be returning in the upcoming Disney Plus television show centered around Vision. Did you guys watch WandaVision at all, or no?
No, I regret not watching it because we enjoyed Winter Soldier, American Soldier, Jesus, Falcon Winter Soldier.
I mean, basically, is American.
Like, we enjoyed that, and when we were watching Loki, we enjoyed that too. I wish we would have watched WandaVision. Everybody said it was really good.
Yeah, especially toward the second half of the season. First half of the season, you're kind of like on WandaVision. You're like, what the hell's happening? But then you start to get what's happening, and you're like, okay. So it makes more sense based on her trauma that she's dealing with after Endgame, obviously. So, but obviously, I'm not, without ruining a whole lot from WandaVision, I'll probably talk about one little thing. But obviously, Vision is in WandaVision with Scarlet Witch as well. And by the end of that series, he does, without ruining too much about what's going on here, but Vision implants his memories into a new husk, as it were, the White Vision. And that Vision is the one that survives. So there's a Vision out there with all these memories from the original Vision. And we don't know exactly what he's going to be thinking about those memories with Wanda and the Avengers and all this sort of stuff. So playing on that going into the new Vision series before we maybe get them back into the Avengers and things like that is an interesting wrinkle. So it gives us something new. It's the Vision still there, but it's a different, again, it's kind of like what they're doing with some of these other characters, evolving them to be something different than what they were before. So I kind of like the idea, but if you really think about it too, bringing back Ultron brings back a lot of memories to this scene in Age of Ultron at the very end of the movie, when this robot is supposedly the last Ultron left and Vision confronts him, and they have a very interesting dialogue between them about humans and how they're doomed and and all this sort of stuff. And then he finally destroys the final Ultron bot. But since Ultron is like AI, it definitely stands to credence and lends to the idea that Ultron could actually make a return one day, especially when you're dealing with some of the stuff with Vision, who was created by Ultron in the MCU. I think it just makes a lot of sense to maybe bring him back in this series. But then there's going to be the critics online who say, well, they're just rehashing the hits. You know, they're not doing anything new. They're bringing back the stuff that worked before. Do you think that's a valid criticism, or do you kind of like this idea?
I like the idea because like Vision coming back, depending on, or not Vision, I'm sorry, Ultron coming back, depending on what version of Ultron it is, like it'd be really dope. Ultron is a cool villain simply because it's an AI. It's like the Brainiac in DC, built by Batman. Yes.
You're more about the comics than I do. So.
Yeah, but it wasn't called what Brainiac. It was called something else, but it turned itself into Brainiac. But it did the same thing Ultron did, and like, but where Brainiac didn't succeed at first, Ultron kind of fucking did. So it'd be dope.
Yeah, well, and a lot of people were kind of upset about how they used Ultron in the MCU and the Age of Ultron. They were like, that's not the way it was in the comics. Mm-hmm. Fine, but I actually, and I know it took a lot of flack at the time, but if you go back and watch Age of Ultron now, it actually holds up as a pretty fun film, in my opinion. But you know, it's just to each their own, I suppose. But I'm not against this idea. I'm interested.
Yeah, it looks like wax.
I know. Yeah, it's like no color, literally. But I guess there is a white Vision in the comics, which I don't, like I said, I don't know a ton about. I'm waiting for the MCU to tell me. But yeah, I like the idea of, though, he's kind of like a, you know, just an empty shell of himself that was created, you know, and that's the one that's going to live on. So it's going
like, to there's some color, but it's so faded, it's white. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like he's just shell of himself, so he's not whole. So he looks like That is true.
Mike said he watched WandaVision, forgot all that happened. Damn kids. But anyway.
Wow.
I get it's probably not easy to watch with a bunch of kids crawling all over you, I'm sure, to remember details. I get that too. And Kathy commented, watching these parts of your show makes me wonder about my Halloween costume. Think one of the Visions or something. I can see that. I can definitely see you wearing a Scarlet Witch if you've not seen her.
Yeah.
I can definitely pull up a picture for you. But yeah, Scarlet Witch, definitely go look her up.
Do an X-23.
Oh yeah, X-23 would be great. Yeah.
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
So yeah, but anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And I think it'll actually play out pretty well for the series. I know a lot of stuff kind of got jumbled around. We don't actually know a whole lot of series coming out for the MCU very much here in the near future. But I think this one with Vision, there's rumors it's going to be called Vision Quest. I guess kind of on the nose, since he's going to be on a quest to find out who he is, that sort of thing. But and of course with Wanda kind of being at the end of Doctor Strange 2, kind of being buried alive, as it were, kind of cocooning herself. Maybe we'll have to wait and see if she makes a return as well. But yeah, I got a feel they'll all be coming back at some point. Like I said, you're going to all this whole team up coming up to the next Avengers stuff for sure. But yeah, so I think it'll be good. We'll have to wait and see. Mike says, speaking of Halloween, what was your best Halloween costume, either as a kid or an adult? Well, now this I wouldn't say this now because I can't stand the actor anymore. Seems like it. He did some more crap this week, which we may discuss, I guess. But Mark Hamill, I remember dressing up as Luke Skywalker as a kid. Love that. I remember for whatever reason, the memory that always sticks out to me was it snowed on Halloween that year, and I had that green lightsaber as a kid, so I was writing my name in the snow with the green lightsaber. I remember that. But what about you guys? Huh?
Couldn't hear anything for a minute.
Oh, could you not? Sorry.
No.
That's not good. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Well, anyway, in case you didn't hear me, I said I liked dressing up as Luke Skywalker as a kid. And writing my name in the snow.
For me, it was when we did the nerd one. That one was cool.
My Halloween costume that sticks out the most, I don't remember how old I was, probably like 3 or 4, because I can only remember it from the picture. It was the scariest looking bear or whatever. It was this plastic everything costume. Oh my gosh, it was crazy looking.
I think my
favorite, 80s.
Yeah. I think my favorite one for Jaden.
You know what it reminded me of? Like of a Five Nights at Freddy's thing.
Oh yeah, the Freddy.
Yeah, but from the 80s. It was crazy looking.
My favorite one was Jaden as a clown. When that hairspray started inside of his head.
I just seen that picture.
His makeup started to smear. He looked so creepy. But it's my favorite costume.
Yeah, I just seen that picture.
It was like he looked like a crazy clown, but it wasn't intentional. He wanted to be a clown that year, and
Kathy said Maleficent for her. Did you wear
yeah,
that
that
one to
one was
work?
a good costume.
I'm pretty sure I
Yeah.
remember that one. Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
really good one.
And that
I
little
agree.
Halloween party we threw. You know who else does Halloween costumes really good? Chris.
that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Chris Gross.
Okay. I can't remember a couple of them he's done. Do you remember what he's been? I can't
He
remember.
did the Jedi one the one time.
Okay.
He did Doctor Strange.
Mm-hmm.
I think
that
Doctor
one was
Strange
really
was
good.
the same one that when Kathy did the Maleficent one. And what was the last one? It was like a ranger or something. He goes in on his costumes and I enjoy it.
There's Sheriff Jake.
Oh yeah, there's Sheriff Jake. Sheriff Jake was.
Maybe around
man.
Halloween we'll have to get some of these pictures. That'd be kind of nice.
Yeah. Sheriff Jake was crazy, right?
See if we can talk to Chris at fantasy football drafts. He'd be like, "Hey man, you got any pictures of using those outfits?" Might be able to share some of those.
Yeah.
Mike said
our costumes back when we were kids were tragic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Paper like outfits with the plastic mask, you know.
Yeah,
for
with
sure.
the mask that either hurt your face, and if you there's a little rubber band. If that rubber band was broke, that mask was dusty.
Mike said a couple years ago I wore a Magic Johnson jersey and called myself Magic Mike. So there you go.
That's wild.
That's one way of doing it, for sure.
That's wild.
I mean, I don't know.
It's also very upsetting.
Yeah, I don't know if you're Channing Tatum, but anyway.
Wow.
No offense, I'm not either. But
Hey,
anyway.
listen, I'll tell you right now. If Digger can bust out those dance moves, he got it.
He got it, boss. He got it. He said
He
sometimes
got
I
it,
want
boss.
to wear an Austin Powers suit with a Michael Myers mask. That wouldn't be too bad. Be interesting. Be a different take on the old Austin Powers lore there for sure. Might get some people to turn their heads.
You know
like,
the costume genre that I love the most to see because there's so many, and no matter what you do, it works. All the Deadpool ones.
Yeah.
Would you go to any Comic-Con or cons? The Deadpool ones and the Stormtrooper ones.
If we can get Jackson a Deadpool costume,
Mhm.
I guarantee he does the bye dance.
Oh,
that'd be a great
I was
TikTok.
listening. There was a reel
That'd be
on
hilarious.
Facebook this morning, and he comes running around the corner. It's hilarious.
Well, the crazy thing too is especially after Deadpool and Wolverine, like all the variants in that movie, you could do like basically any version of the Deadpool costume, no matter what size or shape you are, and it'll still work. So that's awesome. And same with, Stormtroopers kind of, but you just kind of have to still fit in the Stormtrooper outfit. It's a little different.
Like I said, I will stand by this experience. You have to go to a con to see how creative some people can be with costumes and genres.
Mm-hmm.
It is crazy.
The amount of time and money they spend on it too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When I tell you there's a dude dressed up as Solid Snake Solid Snake from the Metal Gear Solid series. He played as he had this mechanical looking suit on, and the faceplate on this damn thing opened in the two sections that it does on the fucking game.
I seen a welding
closed.
mask the other day that was Iron Man. It was awesome.
And it fits right into the
The
first
sword
film.
that lit up when he drew it. It was dope, dude.
But
like
with 3D printers now,
yeah.
I mean,
We've seen some of it, and like that's what a lot of people use now because it's just easier to manufacture the parts, and they're gonna fit together. So the outfits become even more. But it's also there's a bunch of professions that you don't think that are a thing or that are heavily manufactured now. There's legit leather workers and welders and real blacksmiths.
Oh yeah,
who do shit like this,
Yeah.
and like you see this at cons and fairs. Like when we went to that Ren fair. You know, there was like several blacksmiths and leather workers.
One of the guys I
Legit.
followed for a very long time, he does earthquake prediction and stuff. He just ordered a full suit of armor, and it came in like 28 different freaking pieces. And
yeah, and you had to put that on back. Nah, bro, you got it, boss.
You
got
definitely
it,
need
boss.
help. There ain't no doubt.
Yeah, I'm not wearing none of that.
No,
But like
too hot, especially that day.
when we were there at the, when we went to the Ren fair, like it is dope to see somebody make something like that and comes out that way. Like we used to watch that Forged in Fire. That is amazing.
Yeah,
There was another one used to be on Sci-Fi where it did costumes. So it's dope.
I agree.
That's why
Mike
costumes
also
have come so far now. You can get them that look so damn real, man. If you
Mike
got the
says,
movie.
"I'll dance for you at the draft, Brandon. You big cup of hot chocolate."
Okay. Hey, listen.
I was afraid of that.
Hey, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa. Let's calm down.
I have a feeling this year is going to be different.
Calm down.
A little bit. It's going to be great or wild, as Brandon would say. That's for sure.
Wow. Well, everybody be wow.
The one last bit of movie news I want to get into here before we hit the trailer
Oh my
reaction.
God, my back is killing me.
Oh no,
I wish
not
some of the
good.
other guys would get on. I'd go get some.
Mhm.
Yeah,
No.
exactly. Huh? Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
right.
hopefully they won't be too long. That way, that you can get some. I mean, you can go if you need to. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But although I would like your thoughts on this a little bit. The Acolyte,
Okay.
the Star Wars show that literally just came out less than 2 months ago. It already had like an 8-episode season, I think, and is already canceled. So this show is completely done already. And this is one of those things.
Yeah,
It's
I've
like
seen this,
we talked about it a little bit when it
Yep.
debuted, and the first 2 episodes, I know I said it wasn't too bad, but it wasn't great. And the 3rd episode just completely went off the cliff. They introduced the lesbian witches, and they started, messing with the lore of Star Wars in general. With, we had twin babies that were created by these witches using the Force, which kind of took away the importance of Anakin Skywalker's, birth, as it were. We had things like that, and of course, anytime you get a show that comes out, and basically when you got people in the media and you got the creators of the show flat out saying, joking about how this is the gayest Star Wars series and R2D2 is a lesbian, it's going to anger people. And they flat out push this stuff in your face, no doubt about it. And of course, you got other movies, that the media has done this with, like the reboot of Charlie's Angels back in the day in 2019, where the headlines would say, "Straight white males, this movie is not for you." But then they get mad at you. They said, "Why are straight white males refusing to see this movie?" Because you guys pushed this nonsense, and we're like, "Fine, you don't want us to watch it. We're not going to watch it." And you guys are mad at us now. So it's kind of like, come on, guys. You can't have this both ways. But yeah, I mean, you had all these headlines about that sort of thing. And then the Acolyte confirmed ratings disaster. It started out with a couple good episodes that are really high in the ratings. And then it just tanked after that 3rd episode. They just checked out because that 3rd episode, like I said, did not set well with the fan base for sure. And as Aaron put it, get in here, brother. I don't know where you're at. He said, once you're woke, once you go woke, you go broke. And that is pretty much is the story of this right here. And I know we're not in the politics section yet or anything like that, but it's relevant because, and then there are people like, well, it's because it's a diverse cast and people were just review bombing it. They don't want to see, women as the lead or anything like that. No, Rogue One was successful. And look, guess what? Female lead, diverse cast.
Well, on the subject of go woke, go broke, did you see Harley Davidson apologize?
Oh, really? What did they do? I didn't even see it.
They went woke.
Oh, okay. They just started doing their thing. I got you.
I don't remember exactly what happened, but
Mike did. I don't know if you saw the channel page or my personal user page. Make sure you find the channel. It should have episodes of the podcast on it. So if you found that, that's the right one. So hopefully that won't be too confusing. But anyway, thank you for following.
This movie was really good, though.
Yeah, Rogue One was great. I just watched it recently with my nephew and the family up there in Iowa. So it was definitely a lot of fun to see. And also Andor, which was the series that was a prequel to Rogue One, was also the same sort of situation. But you know what was good about both of those? The writing was good. So if you tell a good story and the writing's good and it's got, good design and the special effects are good and things like that, and it's not just crappy, people are going to come back and watch it. Now, to be fair, at the end of Acolyte season 1, I liked a couple of the story threads that they left that could have maybe set up for season 2 and might have been okay. But by that point, everybody just checked out and no one cared at that point. So it also goes back to my pet peeve of anytime a TV series, gets a season or so, and then they give you that cliffhanger in hopes they get renewed, and then they get canceled. I hate it when that happens because it's like, why should I get invested in something if I know you're just going to cancel it all? So yeah, I thought that was just stupid. Debbie Stewart says hello. So thank you for watching here for sure. Yeah, that's Miranda's mama right there. So yeah, it's always good. But yeah, and the other thing that kind of about this is you got to remember too, the Acolyte, the budget on this thing literally costs double or a little over double than the entire budget of the movie Godzilla -1, which was, I've not seen it yet, but I've heard it was absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, I gotta see this too.
Review.
I gotta say it on Netflix, I think.
And that's per episode, from what I understand. A single episode in the show costs more than the movie overall. So you're doing 8 of those episodes, and you're not getting the return on the viewership. Why would you create more? That's business 101. I mean, that's just stupid. I mean, I know we've been talking a lot here on the channel about economy here lately. We're gonna get a little bit more of that later too, but you can't expect Disney to continue to run a show just because it's got a niche audience out there with the minority of people who want to see certain things the way they are, and they're pushing these agendas. But when the majority of people speak, the companies are eventually going to go, "Hey, it's hurting us in the pocketbook." That's just the way it goes. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not too upset about it. It's also got terrible audience reviews. Obviously, the critics loved it because they're going to push that for certain. So they're going to try to say this sort of thing. But like I said, the Star Wars fan base for the most part was just done with it. And some of the stuff that Disney's been doing with Star Wars recently is just not going over well with the fan base in general. And there's one person I'm sure is definitely happy about, and that's Gina Carano. If you know her story. So yeah, Gina Carano herself was canceled by Disney from The Mandalorian due to some political posts they deemed too controversial, which really wasn't. So if you really look into what she said, she didn't really say anything wrong. But yet, Pedro Pascal said worse things on social media, and he's still the head of The Mandalorian and is going to be in the Fantastic Four next year. So hypocrisy there as well. So I'm happy for Gina Carano here, and apparently she's getting some good progress with her, lawsuit against Disney as well. She's getting some wins there, so hopefully she'll actually get some, I don't know, reparations.
Elon's backing her, isn't he?
I think so, but yeah, it was just she was just wrongfully terminated. I'm still holding out hope maybe she'd come back, but it's kind of like the Johnny Depp situation. When you're wronged by the company, why would you go back? So I mean, in this case, I'm not too upset about it, and I know Mike even said that he didn't want to watch he thought he'd skip this series anyway, this season. So at the end of the day, I think Star Wars will be just fine. You can actually just skip this season altogether, and you're really not missing anything because if they don't expand upon it at all, there's really no point in going back to watch it. I mean, they did a small tease for like Darth Plagueis, which was mentioned in episode 3 as the Sith master who trained Palpatine, the Emperor. So maybe you could expand upon that. But other than that, there's really not a whole lot this show really offers, and it's only like a 3 to 4, 5-second clip of Plagueis anyway. So nothing that can't be picked up, and you can't just ignore this show from. So had some fun elements, some cool lightsaber fights, but at the end of the day, I'm not too upset about it. So did you guys get a chance to watch it at all, or do you guys even care? I know you're a big Star Wars fan. So that's all me. But the big thing about Star Wars though is, to me, to wrap this conversation up here, they've got all this lore in canon novels, comic books, legend novels, and comics and stuff as well. And it feels like Star Wars just does not know where to take their stories right now. They're trying new things. It's not working. They don't want to do some of the old stuff and reference it. They're going to maybe do it a little bit more here. But they were talking about this week how Boba Fett's going to be kind of shoved to the side because that series didn't do too well as well. Again, poor writing, nothing other than that. You made Boba Fett the side character in the series when he's supposed to be the lead, first of all, for the most part. So that's dumb to start with. But you've got all these novels and stuff that you could just adapt. I mean, they're great novels. So, and you have a starting point, a middle point, and an ending to those stories with these books. I mean, Harry Potter was completely made from a novel series, Jurassic Park, Lord of the Rings. I mean, should I go on? I mean, why can't Star Wars be adapting these novels and adaptations as well? We might get a little bit of that with the Thrawn movie that's coming out probably toward the end of 2027. That'll tie together like Avengers style, bring all the heroes together from the Mandalorian era and stuff like that on television.
Good book series.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, it is. Now they can't adapt it.
Your recommendation, actually.
Yeah, exactly. These legends, they're not canon anymore, but they definitely took place between Return of the Jedi and what's now known as The Force Awakens during the sequel era. But at the same time, they're kind of trying to put it in between that gap in actual Star Wars lore right now. You might be able to do that, but these novels can't be adapted as they were into the books themselves because obviously they've taken a lot of different changes and different courses in the canon. But you bring all these characters together in that Mandalorian, Heir to the Empire adaptation with Thrawn, it could be really good because Thrawn is like in Star Wars lore, like one of the best villains ever created outside of Darth Vader. So it could work if done properly. But again, right now, Disney just doesn't seem to know what they want to do with Star Wars. They seem to be kind of breaking away from maybe some of that agenda stuff with Marvel right now. Time will tell on it. But Lucasfilm's kind of hasn't been doing that, so to speak. But maybe they'll start to do so now. Now the backlash from this show and it got canceled, maybe it'll actually change their minds. So I'm hoping that's what they end up doing. So what are your thoughts on Disney in general? I know it ain't good. So
yeah. I just wish it would go back to the way it was.
You know what? I'm just hoping
fun.
After this election, everything goes back to the way it used to be.
Yeah.
I'm kind of hoping that we get back to some common sense and normality a little bit for sure. That's what Trump's running on, obviously. But we'll get more into politics here in a little bit. Mike said it's just hard to keep up with all the shows with for every franchise when you got kids. You're not wrong about that. Now, and a lot of these franchises are doing this thing kind of where, like, if you don't watch the shows or the animated stuff, you don't have to necessarily see them to understand the films. So I think that's a good thing. That way it's not like totally reliant on you got to do all your homework before you go watch the new movie. You don't have to. Most of the times.
Probably has watched all this. Jaden.
Yeah. It helps when you have kids, though, who
the
you
older they
introduce this
get,
stuff
Mike,
to.
you can use them to.
Yeah. That way they can keep you informed.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
But,
my nephew could go on for hours about Pokemon, and I'm like, and I'm like, I don't get a lot of it at all for sure, but I know a lot of people do.
And you didn't do Pokemon? Like, are you shitting me, dude?
Not really. No, it was a little bit. I was a little bit
You
too
are
old for
a couple years older than I am.
Yeah. So it was kind of getting popular about the time I got a little too old for it. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of adults who are still into it, but it just never. I just hit. I was in that right spot where I just missed my window.
April's brothers were
deep into that.
No, that older generation.
Oh, okay.
So he,
It is. I mean, because it was a thing when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Like, it was a thing. And
so were Pogs, and I got into them a little, but not much.
I hung out with that older generation. I wasn't a Pokemoner.
Yeah, no, you didn't get your Pokemon.
No,
I think for me it was because I was into Japanese anime at the time, so that's kind of what it was. It wasn't like an American cartoon, and that's how I even found out about Pokemon.
That's actually a great transition. And I was hoping Aaron would be on here because I'd like to get his. If you're watching, at least comment on this, Aaron. I was hoping to get your thoughts on this trailer. I thought we'd watch. It came out, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, for Lord of the Rings: The War of the Rohirrim. It's a new Lord of the Rings film. Yeah, I figured she might do. That's cool. But this is a movie that's coming out in December, and it's an animated movie in the Lord of the Rings series, and it's definitely anime. It's not animation as much. It's more anime, I guess. I've never been one to know the difference between like manga and all this stuff, and I used to live with a guy a roommate who did know all this stuff. I probably should have paid more attention, I guess. But anyway, I know Brandon's into it a little bit, but I thought I'd get Aaron's thoughts on this if he's listening. So we'll watch this, and hopefully we'll get some thoughts on this. So let's check this out real quick. There we go.
All Middle Earth knows the tale of the War of the Ring. But 200 years before that,
Riders of the Mark, brothers of Rohan,
there was an older tale.
arise! We come with an offer to strengthen Rohan.
Hera, daughter of Helm, I, Wolf, seek your hand in marriage.
Our fathers speak as if I were not even in the room.
I do not want to marry you.
You do not seek an alliance. You seek a throne. You will live to regret this, old man.
Boom.
He's dead. You will pay for this with your life.
The boy I knew would never wish for war.
The boy you knew is gone.
Fire!
There's so many of them. I pledged to fight for my king.
You know nothing of war.
I'm the fastest rider you have.
People need hope, Hera. Something to believe in.
My pride. My joy. You could rule the world. You think I am afraid of you?
You should be.
What does mortal want with rings?
I gonna lie. I think the production looks pretty good on it. What do you think?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it costs as much as the Rings of Power television series does, but this series definitely looks like it's definitely well animated for certain.
Oh yeah, it looks really good.
I already saw some people online again, kind of what they did with the Acolyte. Were saying, well, it's another female-led agenda. Again, I don't care if female leads are in the movie as long as it's a movie that's told well. Nothing wrong with that. Now, if you're just constantly, that's all you do, maybe you're trying to push something. But I mean, I don't necessarily care if it's a good movie for sure. I don't know. I mean, I'm intrigued by it. Like I said, it definitely gives me the Lord of the Ring vibe, no doubt about it. So I'm looking forward to checking it out. I don't know if it's something I'd pay to see in a theater per se. That's where it's going to be this December on December 13th. But it appears they're trying to at least do more with the Lord of the Rings lore, obviously with the Rings of Power and now this, and we now know they're doing a Gollum movie, The Hunt for Gollum. That'll be, starring Andy Serkis returning to the iconic role as well in the next few years. So yeah, I mean, they're definitely doing some stuff with it, and apparently some images I think of Saruman from the movie might have came out as well. That was played by Christopher Lee, who played Count Dooku in the Star Wars movies as well. So yeah, I mean, hopefully they'll do that right and get a good voice actor to kind of carry on that legacy for sure. But I don't know. I mean, I guess I'll check it out for sure. I guess it's just not something, I don't know if it's something I'd pay for in theaters per se. But I don't think you watch Lord of the Rings too much, do you?
I've watched enough, but it looks good though. I mean, if it's a good movie, it's a good movie.
It's just kind of interesting because I know you're a big Dungeons and Dragons guy. So I'm kind of surprised you don't get into maybe this a little more than maybe.
I mean, there is no. I don't know. It's weird because like I guess I like the more goofier aspects of like medieval style movies and shit. So that's why but Game of Thrones was, I guess, everything you wanted in.
Mike said, "Where's the rest of the DNCrap? They're supposedly coming." Aaron's in the chat. I don't know, but
I don't know where Matt is.
Matt's apparently on his way home, and Horton's with his family this weekend. He's not on shift, so that explains all that. So hopefully, a couple of them will be here for too long. We'll see. Lord of the Rings equals boring. Wow, I know Mike's never been a fan.
That's a wild
for certain. Kathy says she doesn't watch cartoons, but that looks cool. So there you go. That's a ringing endorsement for somebody who doesn't watch them too much. So.
But that's another show. That's another sign of the whole like not all cartoons or animated movies are for kids.
Exactly. Yeah. Aaron apparently said his computer is loading, so he'll be on at some point soon. So take your time. It's okay. But yeah, we definitely it's definitely more fun with more people, no doubt about it. But we're trying to hold the fort down here this week.
That's sure. Wild.
So yeah, so I don't know. I'm looking forward to. I like the Lord of the Rings movies. I think they're great. I mean, I didn't used to be into much either.
Like one of my favorite ones was Desolation of Smaug.
Really, of all of them,
that shit was dope.
To me, obviously, the original trilogy was the best one. It's kind of like in Star Wars, but
yeah, I like those too.
But yeah, they're all good in their own right. I mean, I had no problem with the Hobbit trilogy either. But I get it; it's not for everybody, especially. They're long anyway. They're like 3 hours or so. Get into the extended cuts, you're looking at 4.5 hours. Some of those. So I get some people don't want to sit through all that either. So it's totally understandable. Right on.
So, little side note.
Yeah.
Tuesday morning, I woke up and I could barely move my head or my shoulder. I don't know what happened. I don't know if Loki beat me up. I don't know if Brandon beat me up. Or I don't know if I'm just getting old and it just so.
Well, I could definitely say that getting old is the part of suck. There's been times where I pulled my back out. I didn't even do nothing. I just put laundry in the washer.
You were the only one that understood. Like I knew you would.
I've had knees blown out for no reason. It's like, what the heck?
Yeah.
It's not fun. I mean, I know Brandon's got knee issues and stuff.
You see me at work, man. I sit in that chair, I go to get up. I mean, chugging. I mean,
in a way, though, I'm glad I have a job where I don't sit all day. Because I feel like if I did, I would feel like I'd get older faster. I don't know why. Maybe it's not true, but the more I can move, the better.
I don't do much at my job now. Like, it's not that big of a place. So even running the whole place, I don't do a whole lot. It sucks.
Dude.
Aaron said, bro gets winded.
Wow, Aaron. See, this what I'm talking about, baby Zeus.
See, this is why he's not in here right now, because he doesn't want to take that smoke. He just sit there and comment. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Mount Olympus. Aaron has a Napoleon syndrome.
No, that's Matt.
All high body ass.
Matt's the munchkin of the munchkin with a mouth, or whatever we called him this week. He's like Deadpool.
You wild for that. You wild for that.
He
said the midget with the mouth.
Because he's always in our fantasy football chat running his mouth. It's like Deadpool when he's like breathing for Deadpool. It's like he's just always talking that trash. And so I'm like, you know what? I like a less funny Deadpool.
That was wild, son.
That was funny.
Did Tinker ever work with Matt?
Yeah.
For a small period of time, I think. Yeah. Matt always says he like yelled at him one time.
Before Matt really opened up.
Yeah. It was before Matt became Matt.
Before Matt lost
innocent.
There we go.
Well, yeah, now I don't know. It'd be interesting. Aaron said one, I could take the smoke and dish it out, just ask Miranda.
All right, whatever, Aaron.
Brandon said, I'm sitting in my underwear. That's why I'm not on camera. Sorry, Brandon.
Yo, Matt, yo.
Not Matt.
That's not Matt.
No, Mike. No, I meant Mike.
Mike,
not
you
Matt.
wow, what?
Yeah.
You wow, what?
I hope Matt's not in his underwear driving. Otherwise, he might have a
wow, what?
Well, never mind. I won't say what I was going to say.
Yo, you bugging.
My mom was watching.
You bugging, yo.
Well, I know Brandon and Matt had at least one interaction. Maybe Mike can tell Brandon and Mike's. Take 3. Mike and Matt. Sorry, live television.
I can't hear you. Oh.
Oh my god. I don't know. Uh-oh. Okay. Nope.
No.
We cannot hear you.
Oh God.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. he was trying to say Matt and Mike. He said Brandon and Mike. Mike and Brandon. Mike. Take 3. Matt and Mike. Yeah.
You hear me now? Okay.
Oh.
I unplugged my mic.
Okay, good.
God, that was terrible.
Oh God. Oh.
Yeah, apparently getting
That
too
shit
excited.
broke me, bro. He said,
Yeah. Okay. All right. Man, that's not good. Where we at? All right, hold on. Mike said, stop while you're behind it. Well, apparently I'm already way behind more now than I was, because that was embarrassing. Unplugged my microphone in the middle of a show. That's awesome.
Oh my God, bro.
Kathy's like, I'm so glad I didn't miss this. Take 3. Take 4.
It hurts to laugh.
That shit
I don't know how. I wonder if I got a loose cord down here. That's the first time I've ever. Anyway, let me know if I go mute again at some point. Hopefully, I ain't got a loose cord there.
That shit killed me. Fam.
Hey, shut up, Mike. That's the best Eric has sounded all night. Come on, man. This isn't as easy as it sounds, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
You know, I got a lot going on here.
That hurt my stomach, big dog. Oh.
What can I say?
You're winded, huh, babe?
Yeah, now I'm winded. Fuck you, Aaron.
Aaron says something that's loose, and it may not be a wire. I think he meant loose. We'll start calling you Matt in your spelling.
Yeah, wow, you got that Matt syndrome.
If you're going to throw out an insult, bro, you better get the spelling right. That's all I can say. I'll burn you on that.
Yo, he said that with so much thought.
Yeah, like I had it, man. We're not even like a third of the way through the show yet. Here we go.
He said that shit with so much thought. Better get it right.
Yeah, get it right. Get it right. Yeah, loose. He said loose.
Oh shit.
Anyway. Oh, now I gotta get my berries again.
Yeah, where was we at?
I said Mike and Matt. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
I've had one interaction at least one time because I know Matt always tells the story that Mike yelled at him in the break room once. I guess he was sitting in a seat or something. So I don't know, Matt. I don't know if Mike remembers it, but if he does, he may have to explain a little bit. But yeah, he said, I guess
That's probably why Logan didn't join because Brandon's so mean to him.
I don't talk to Logan like that no more. Plus,
I
his
do.
shoes is bright as hell.
Yeah, you got these bright orange shoes. I always tell him you're not going to go out walking or running at night and get hit by a car because he goes a mile away.
Yeah, well, I make fun of his shoes all the time.
Sure, it was, Aaron. It was autocorrect. Okay, I bet it was.
Right.
Actually, I can actually kind of buy that. Actually, I don't know.
No, man, don't bend to his knee. Don't do that. You shame him. It's the only way you learn.
Mike said he never yelled at Matt. He must have the wrong mic. We'll have to get Matt on here and converge here. Maybe it was a different mic. There was a couple of mics who worked. There was a couple of mics who worked there. Maybe I'm hearing the wrong one. So maybe that's true. So we're not going to sully Michael McDaniel's good name here on the channel without knowing the facts first. So yeah, we'll find out. We'll get him on here. Maybe we'll ask him if he ever parks his car.
Well, Mike, yeah.
But anyway.
I mean, Matt.
Yeah.
Sasquatch.
Man, I wonder if I can pull up the photo of him and his fantasy football title and, the troll being taller than him almost. Remember that?
The what?
The Christmas snow.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I've got it or not. I'll have to find it, but maybe we'll do it a little bit later. But anyway, yeah, it was hilarious. I'll find it, show it up a little bit later maybe. But anyhow, so yeah. Oh, I know. And believe me, Miranda and Nate definitely let us know that they weren't a part of the league that year, so they weren't responsible for sure. And yeah, Kathy, I see your comment. The only reason I'm not pulling it up because I don't know if Mike. He's always said don't call him by that nickname on camera for whatever reason. I don't mind, but we all call him that anyway. So I mean, he may not care, but I just don't want to put it up unless he gives us permission. So. But yeah, he's always been that nickname to us too. It's not a bad nickname or anything. I don't know why he's he doesn't want to say it, but I respect his wishes. So anyway. All right, well, let's move on to our next topic here before I have any more technical difficulties. So let's do a small bit of wrestling news, and then we'll move into some other stuff. I'm like all paranoid now. I keep looking down. Anyway, so yeah, yeah, but I hope you guys are enjoying the show here tonight for sure. Obviously, the big wrestling news of the week is AEW All In is this Sunday on August 25th, live on pay-per-view at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I completely forgot the show was in London, even though it says it right there in the title. I'm like, oh yeah, they're on a completely different time than we are. So yeah, obviously it's going to be earlier in the day. So yeah, that big show is taking place over there, their WrestleMania, as it were. They've already announced their WrestleMania, their all-in location next year is in Texas. Will be on Saturday, July 12th at Globe Life Field, which I believe is the home of the Texas Rangers. So they will be hosting it there. I think they're already announced they may be going back to London the following year. So at the same time, I understand London's kind of where it all, well, outside of the first all-in, it's kind of where it started kind of last year, now this year. I kind of like to see them branch out more and more away from London a bit. It's kind of where they're making their home right now. I understand sometimes some international crowds are easier to sell than some, nationwide crowds here in the United States. So I kind of understand it too. So we'll see how it goes. But I'd like to just kind of see them take this to other locations besides just internationally here for sure. And I think next year London's going to be getting Forbidden Door from what they reported. But the big news is that apparently AEW has signed a former WWE wrestler, Ricochet, has signed a multi-year deal with the company. We don't know very much of the details other than that. So, but yeah, I think he'll fit in very nicely in AEW. Hopefully he just doesn't become another name. That's for sure. Hopefully they'll push him for sure. And we'll get more out of Ricochet here and have some great matches with some good professional wrestlers out there. We'll see how that ends up going. He's obviously got a history with Will Ospreay. We even mentioned here a few weeks back, like about 8 weeks or 8 episodes ago, that Ospreay was actually vying for Ricochet to come to the company. So we'll definitely be getting this match again, in my opinion. But outside of that, there's some other good wrestlers he could wrestle with over there. MJF, Hangman Adam Page, John Moxley. I mean, there's some, if you want to put him to the top level of the card, obviously. But even if they don't,
that is Ricochet going from WWE kind of on good terms. Like, it's friendly competition.
Yeah.
You know? And it looks like AEW is trying to get out of like a drama-filled locker room. Bring him back. He doesn't have drama.
No, he doesn't.
You know? Samantha's doing great where she's at.
Which is the one surprising thing for me a little bit. Now, great, it's not the first time. I mean, like Buddy Matthews and Rio on 2 different, companies. It's not the first time it's happened, but you're actually with her, and then you're like, well, but at the same time, if you have career aspirations,
I think
she's
but
killing
it's
it.
also one of those too. Like I remember watching the Inked episode that they, how they used to do Inked, where the wrestlers' tattoo stories and stuff like that. Where her and Ricochet were on there, and like the way their relationship worked was like she would never stop him from doing what he loves to do. And whether that was with the same company or not, if he couldn't come to terms with the contract with WWE and he wanted to explore elsewhere, I think she would have fully supported him, just like he would fully support her not going anywhere. Staying where she is loved, obviously, and appreciated for
Kind
what
of
she
like
does.
how you and I, huh?
Yeah.
That shit wasn't for me no more, but he can do it. He can deal with it.
Right? Well, I mean,
it's
but yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, I think he'll be a good fit over there. I mean, WWE, I think Hunter could have used him a lot better with their creative team over there now. But for whatever reason, it just didn't seem to work out. I don't know.
Go do something else for a little bit.
Bobby Lashley's the same way. I mean, he's basically he's left the company now. So it's like, for whatever Bobby was more of a Vince guy.
Ricochet probably wouldn't have had much going on.
Now. You gotta think about all the storylines that are going on and that are being built right now.
A lot of mouths to feed with some of the guys they've already built up as well.
Yeah.
So I could understand. He's going to be a bigger fish in a smaller pond here.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I think that was probably how it was presented to him. And
he'll have some stellar matches with some of those guys. And he's got, you got like hologram. I mean, there's all sorts of guys he can wrestle with over there. Michael also said, quick, not so fun fact though. Apparently today marks the 1 year since the passing of Terry Funk, and tomorrow will be the 1 year since we lost Bray Wyatt. So I forgot that they were like literally back to back like that. But yeah, that's definitely a more of a somber fun fact for sure. Not so fun fact as it were. But yeah, so definitely still praying for the families of both. I mean, obviously, and now we're getting to see some of the Wyatt 6 stuff, which is great on WWE television. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more of that. And hopefully it doesn't. I know we talked to Ty a little bit last night. He was talking about how it's starting to not, maybe for him anyway, starting to get a little stale, I think he said. I think they're going to be okay as long as they get him in some good feuds. But he made a good point, though. There's not a whole lot of feuds or factions they can really feud with on Monday Night Raw as of right now, unless they do the New Day or something like that. But maybe
they're trying to set this one up with Gable and stuff for right now. But I think it'll be good to finally see. I think it'll add more once you see Uncle Howdy actually wrestle a match.
Yeah. Who do you think will be against Chad Gable? You think first one?
Yeah, it'll be against Chad Gable.
I can see that.
We've already seen what Gacy and Loomis could do.
Loomis looks like a totally different guy now. It's hard to see the old Loomis.
Oh man, but he looks so cool though.
It does.
But and we got to see Rowan in action in that match. But you want to see Uncle Howdy, and eventually I think we'll see Abby too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. How can you not put her in some of these women's feuds that's got going on right now? I mean, you got to. Slowly build it. I understand, but yeah.
But to see Uncle Howdy do it, like that's what the big payoff is right now.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think once that happens, I think it'll reinvigorate the whole Wyatt 6 thing. And you get him with the right people, I think you can make it work with some.
Yeah, I agree with that. Jumping back to AEW real quick though, since All In is coming out this Sunday, obviously there were reports that Ricochet was on his way to London, so it sounds all but confirmed he may make an appearance on that show, which I mean makes perfect sense. Debut the guy at your biggest show of the year. That's a good place to do it.
But like, how would you insert him?
There is a gauntlet match with a bunch of surprises could be in that match.
Yeah, that's right. And I said if that's the case, then he has to win that. But then it was argument for somebody else to win it.
Yeah, I've heard there's a lot. So they want to make that a big deal, from what I understand. So if that's the case, I've heard they're going to probably put their best foot forward with some of the surprise entries in that match. If that's the case, he's a good one. I don't know who else you could put in there. Jesse, maybe somebody's maybe can return or something like that. But yeah, but if there's a bunch of guys who've been there longer than him, he may not win it.
Well, you said they're
Yeah,
trying
have a
to,
good showing.
honor Pac because they screwed him over.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with him yet. They haven't said
If-
still, so it might be that.
If he doesn't win that battle, that if he's in it, then like it's kind of pointless to. You wouldn't want to debut Ricochet in there just for him to lose, and I don't think you want him interfering in that MJF and Will Ospreay match. You know what I mean? So like his debut's got to be impactful. I guess you can do it after the pay-per-view on Wednesday or whatever, but
If you're insinuating Austin 316 will show up in this gauntlet, no, I don't think so at all. I mean, if that glass broke, AEW fans will lose their freaking minds. However, there are a couple possibilities of maybe some other surprises from old WWE days past. What are your thoughts on any of these guys? Obviously, Ricochet in the bottom left may show up. What about these three on the as options?
All right, let's be real honest here. Becky Lynch isn't showing up. Let's calm down.
As of right now,
Shane,
she does
I
not
give
have a
you-
contract with WWE. So it's possible, but yes, probably unlikely.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's highly not.
But then again, we just talked about some couples who are going different directions. I'm just saying it's not impossible.
Charlotte's coming back Charlotte's coming back soon. Becky's not going anywhere. Let's keep it real.
That actually might be an argument for her to leave. To be honest.
Yeah.
Most likely. I mean, of course. I mean, Andrade's back there, so yeah, they're happy.
I could see, honestly, Bobby Lashley would make sense. And he wouldn't even have to be in the battle royale. I think he would probably just interfere in
I saw a rumor that like there was like he could maybe like it would be like a reformation of the Hurt Business, but it wouldn't be called that. It'd be like the Hurt something, and then it would be like Bobby, like Will Hobbs, who's another big monster, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember who the third guy would have been, but there was and Shelton Benjamin's a free agent too. Let's not forget that. Not saying they couldn't bring him in. But that's a possibility. I'm not saying it won't happen for sure. And they love their factions over in AEW for most definitely. But
Shane, maybe I can see Shane.
Hello, we're going
outside of Ricochet. Honestly, it'd be Shane.
Yeah, well, Shane again. He had a meeting with Tony Khan a few weeks back. There was pictures that came out about it. Supposedly, Mercedes Moné took the pictures. If that's the case, I mean, again, it just depends on what you're going to do with Shane. I don't want to see necessarily him take over the company. Obviously, I don't think Tony's going to allow him to do that. Now, I have no problem if he wants to come in and like join and kind of like be a somebody you kind of bounce creative off of and kind of learn some ins and outs of things. Maybe Tony Khan doesn't quite fully know just yet or things like that. But yeah.
Could you imagine Shane as like an Eric Bischoff type?
Yeah, well, I definitely see him possibly joining the Elite and being the ones kind of pulling the strings with the Young Bucks and Okada, maybe kind of going against Tony Khan, a bit of a power struggle and storyline only. I don't think it'd be something that
Or you can do what you were going to do with Tony Khan with as far as that authority figure that was going to take that beating and let it be Shane. So you would insert Shane as that authority figure. So again, he'd be like the visible GM.
Right. So I can definitely see that.
That way you can take Khan off of TV, let Shane be the one to act as that authority figure.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Fine with that. Yeah, that'd be great. But yeah, I just don't want to see him necessarily take on like a huge like I don't know, like a big role backstage. I mean, again, if he wants to help out, and I just don't want to see him like overtake Tony Khan. He is a big man. I don't think he's going to do what Vince did, but there's going to be that worry, I guess, among some fans. I still wanted to, I don't necessarily think they need to do everything WWE's doing, but I think it will be. I think there's some things they do that they were doing that WWE does, like some of the video boards and stuff on the rings and stuff. I think that actually is a good improvement. I'd like to see them. They kind of got away from that a little bit. I'd like to see them maybe go back to that some, because I think it does add a nice aesthetic. That's something that it doesn't look so indie, as I know Ty's pointed that out as well. So it definitely gives it that more big company feel. So hopefully they'll continue to do that and continue to improve. But like they have been having a hard time with some of their viewerships and things like that. So it's definitely something they've got to work through. But hopefully they'll be able to continue to get better and improve and continue to So yeah, let's see. What did Mike say here? He said he is working with Vince to try and buy AEW from Tony Khan. Doubt it, but I've been shocked before. So I mean, I doubt it. I don't think Tony's going to do that, but
I hope not.
I can definitely see Tony Khan playing on the whole. It's the name says McMahon, but it's not Vince McMahon. It's Shane McMahon. Could you do this? He even kind of did that when he bought our ROH a little bit, so for sure. But yeah, see. Kathy said, "You talk about glass. What happened to the lantern?" Oh, again, talking about the Wyatt Six a little bit there.
Yeah.
So yeah, apparently that was a conspiracy theory he'd heard about Shane. I mean, yeah, I don't, like I said, I'm with you. I don't know if I buy that one per se, but we'll see. Conspiracy theories, normally the difference between that and fact is about 6 months. So we'll find out in 6 months if that's true. So we'll see if that happens. Let's see if we can try Aaron again here. Let's see how. Hey, that sounds a lot better. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good.
Yeah, welcome to the show, man.
Sorry, I turned some things down,
Okay, dog.
so hopefully that's better when I pop in. But I'll be muted for the most part.
I'll let you handle now. I muted you though, so I'll let you handle that.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right. Well, let's move into something that just in time. Aaron is joining us for fantasy football this year too. So let's get into the NFL news right now. Let's check that out. Okay, so we just got done with preseason week 2, and we're week 3. It's kind of underway at the moment. I thought I'd go over just a few things from last week, and then kind of maybe kind of give our thoughts heading into the regular season or whatnot. Last week, obviously Patrick Mahomes is already doing mid-season Patrick Mahomes things, and last week he definitely did something that he claims was not planned, but they've obviously worked on this in practice. There's videos of them going around doing this, and apparently he said that Travis Kelce didn't run the right route that he was supposed to run during the preseason game last week, but out of spite, he threw the behind-the-back pass to Travis Kelce, and it was completed. So this is one of those things, just like, bro, even when things go wrong for the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes just makes it work. Did you see this play, Brandon?
This was a wild thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'd run it for you, but I'm afraid we get copyright struck. But anyway,
So,
I mean,
quick. But yeah, this was a wild thing to see, and it's you want to hate the guy, but I mean,
yeah, you can't.
He
It's
can
kind of
do
hard
that.
because he's just so. I mean, and I'm not a fan of the Chiefs. Anybody watching me, and especially my sister knows, I'm not a fan of the Chiefs. But at the same time, it's hard to not at least watch that and go, damn, that's cool. You know what I'm saying?
Boo, Chiefs! Boo!
You know what I mean? So yeah. Quick aside note, Mike did say that Uncle Howdy versus Gable will happen this week on Raw. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I haven't watched this last week on Raw yet, so I didn't know what they announced for the following week. So I need to get caught up. But anyway, but yeah. So yeah, I mean, this Patrick Mahomes, I mean, what I saw was just like, really, I know it's preseason. They're probably like, what the hell? If it don't work, it don't work.
Look,
but
you'll never see that again. All right.
Do you
That's not
buy
gonna be
his
a real thing
excuse?
anymore.
He said that Travis didn't run the right route, and he supposedly
that's what
did
he
this out of
said.
spite. I know, but they've actually literally run this play in practice. So do you think that was that they just said that, or this was actually planned?
I don't know. Maybe, but I don't know. Because that's not supposed to work.
It's not supposed to work?
You know what I mean?
Well, no, it's not
That
supposed
play's
to.
not supposed to work.
Yeah. By the way, somebody in the chat, by the way, Anthony Warren, just want to put this out there right quick. If Kamala wins the election, I'm not going to cry as long as it's fair. That's all I'll say on the matter. We'll move on. So anyway, we'll get into politics here in a little bit if you want to get into that. But no, if it's fair, no. But that's the problem. It's not been fair as of late. You can think it is all you want, but we've shown here on the channel many times examples of why it's not. So anyway, we'll move on. When it comes to the rest of the NFL news here too, we got some starters that were announced this week. We got Gardner Minshew, who was a starter for the Indianapolis Colts. Well, he was technically the backup last year, but he played most of the season as a starter. He's now officially the starter for the Las Vegas Raiders. He'll be starting next week. He had a pretty decent preseason game with a perfect passer rating, 158.3. Of course, he only threw 3 passes, and 3 passes were caught. So, you could go pretty perfect pretty easily with that amount of passes for sure. Yeah, so got that him started for the Las Vegas Raiders. Good. That I don't know how well that's going to work out. What do you think? Do you think it'll be good for the Raiders offense with Minshew behind center?
It worked for us. I don't see why it wouldn't work for the Raiders.
Yeah. I mean, they got Devontae Adams, Brock Bowers. think they got Aaron Jones now. They've got an offense on paper.
I mean, he's got people to throw the ball to, and we
I
know
think
he can
Jacoby
throw
Myers
it,
is
so.
still there. Yeah, so I mean, very well may work for certain. We
It
got
might work.
apparently the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos, Bo Nix, is the rookie, officially gets the starting nod after he's looked pretty good in preseason so far. So definitely tore the Colts back up's a new one, that's for certain. So we'll see how that plays out, but that could be good things for the Broncos offense under Sean Payton. And Jaden Daniels for the Washington Commanders, the rookie as well, is going to be getting the starting nod. Most people expected this for sure.
Redskins.
But yeah, I agree with you. We should be going back to calling them the Redskins.
Why you say it like that?
Yeah, he's so adamant about that. Ravens.
No, I'm just sick and tired of the stuff that they label as racist, but removing people from like bottles or whatnot because it might be offensive because of their skin color. That's offensive.
Yeah, it's.
Sorry, I just every time I hear Commanders, my whole brain just freaks out because of that.
Well, and I totally get that because it's like one of those situations like, well, you got to accept the change. You got to accept it wasn't broken to begin with. Why did you know what I mean? Like, so it's when they shove stuff down your throat like that, it's going to get that reaction from a lot of people for sure. Mike said, "Can someone call Matt? Make sure he's actually okay." I hope he's all right. We'll find out. Hopefully, he liked the video and stuff, so maybe he's just busy. We'll see. He said, first rookie to start for the Broncos since John Elway did it in 1983. Our fun facts and trivia guru. NFL fun fact tonight. So I think I did read that somewhere. So that's really cool to see. And I know he's got Peyton Manning's endorsement too. It kind of irks me a little bit that Peyton Manning seems to love Denver more than he does Indianapolis nowadays. I kind of understand a little bit because he felt like he had more years to contribute. And Jim Irsay's like, we're going to go get Andrew Luck. I kind of get it, but at the same time with his neck issue, I thought it was more amicable than what it was. We gave the guy a freaking statue for the stadium, but he seems to be doing a lot of his time in Denver as of late. So what are your thoughts on that, Brandon? You got to look at back at Miranda. No. You a Colts fan? Come on. What do you think?
I know it's shitty, dude. But
listen, I got my hopes up the other day thinking fucking TJ Watt was going to Pittsburgh. And no, he was just there hanging out.
Oh, JJ? Yeah, JJ, yeah.
JJ.
Or JJ.
That would have been something, wouldn't it? If he was still in his
prime.
prime.
Disgusting.
Oh.
That would have been amazing.
That would have been disgusting.
All right. I'll text him. I'll make sure at least.
Yeah.
He's like, make sure he's okay. I'm sure he's fine. I hope.
He better be.
He better be. I mean, we told him to put the phone down, so he better be. All right, I'll send a quick. Hey, Matt, you okay? Is you okay, bro? All right. But anyway, well, also, we got a trade that happened in the NFL world. So Jaden Daniels is definitely going to be starting for the Washington Redskins. However, he's going to be down one receiver. Jahan Dotson is now a Philadelphia Eagle. Got traded into the division.
Wow.
Apparently, the Washington Commanders traded the receiver for him and a 5th-round pick.
Redskins.
Yeah. Sorry, Redskins. For a 2025 draft exchange for a 3rd-round draft pick and 2 7th-rounders. So, it appears that Matt's
He's
okay,
good.
by the way. Yeah, Matt's good. Everybody.
Okay.
But anyway, everybody was concerned about you, buddy. But anyway, now he's going to explode our the
now
chimes.
he's going to keep talking.
He's going to keep
See, this is
chatting.
why
You hear
I
these
just
chimes
think
kicking in. I'm
that's
sure the viewers are hearing it too. But once you get Matt going, you know what I mean. You've seen him here on the channel. He said he probably won't be on tonight, so that's okay. So whatever.
We gathered that much.
He's definitely taking over the show as it is anyway. No, it's just all good. We love Matt. But Matt, quit texting.
Oh God, Matt, shut up, bro.
All I hear is ba-dung, ba-dung, ba-dung.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's fine, Kathy. Don't worry. It's just Matt.
Matt's going to be a part of it, but not be a part of it.
He's going to kind of like you were earlier. If John Elway had not refused to be drafted by the then Baltimore Colts, do the Colts ever come to Indy?
Hey, mine was technical difficulties. Just saying.
Fair enough. So if Elway had not refused to be drafted by the then Baltimore Colts, I don't know. I mean, because then they might have become successful in Baltimore, more successful. I mean, they won a Super Bowl there at one point, but maybe. I mean, I don't know. It's a possibility. Definitely what if scenario for sure.
Yeah.
Like me, Kathy said for sure. But yeah, I mean, apparently, the Philadelphia Eagles they got weapons. They got Saquon Barkley now. They got AJ Brown, now Jahan Dotson. Obviously Jason.
You know
Kelce
who else
retired.
got some weapons on their team right now?
Who's that?
Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta just got the freaking Kirk Cousins too, so everybody should be better there if Kirk Cousins can stay healthy.
The Colts have Flacco, so they know they're going to win.
Again, let's hope he never sees the field. However, thank you for the
That's
segue,
only if Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are still together.
Yeah, exactly. But
I'm hoping for a breakup.
Wow.
I'm so glad she wasn't a surprise guest.
Or a Deadpool Wolverine. Yeah, for sure.
That'd be wow, boy.
But speaking of the Colts, let's get into them just a little bit. We'll talk about the Steelers here in just a second as well. Come on, Aaron, let's hear it. How does the Colts always get their own intro?
Yeah, why do the Colts get their own intro? I'm just saying.
Because they're the producers' team.
Just saying, you got two other teams that are represented here. They should get their own shout out and intro and stuff. I'll make it myself. I will make it myself. You send it, okay, and just add it. Okay.
Oh, you just send me the video. I'll put it up here.
Yeah, I'll make it.
I'll see if it matches my production value.
I've never done it before, but we'll make it.
Even though my production value has had issues, I already unplugged my microphone.
I'm gonna make Jaden make me one.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. But we'd be doing intros all night. I already got the info. But anyway.
Nah, they're fine.
Fair enough. Bray's like, they're fine. It's all good. But apparently.
Now we got 2 against.
Yeah, you guys are fine. Okay, calm down.
Outnumbered. Matt's in here. He just picks whatever team wins. But anyway.
Maybe
Matt picks whatever team's winning.
Yeah.
There's an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Indianapolis had their final preseason game last night against the Cincinnati Bengals. The Colts won 27-14. Definitely the Colts starters played for the first half for the most part. Started off great. The first drive, Anthony Richardson went 7 for 8 for 65 yards and a passing touchdown for 140.1 passer rating. However, the next 3 drives, not so much. He went 1 for 6, 21 passing yards. He threw a pick 6. He had a sack that he took as well. He also fumbled the ball. I think they did recover. And his QB rating or his passer rating was 39.5. So, knowing this, what's your concern level now, Brandon? Are we expecting to see more of the first drive, or is this going to be an up and down situation this year with his accuracy? He was throwing balls over guys' heads, throwing them behind them.
I don't know. Every team that's looked good in the preseason is destined to fucking fail. So like
we're 2-1.
Maybe him having a moment and you're like, oh, it's gonna be great, and then you have a bad moment. Maybe it's different, once the big lights are on. I don't know.
He played pretty decent when he played last year, and maybe it's just preseason. We're just kind of getting the rust off. He was missing most of the season last year. Maybe I don't know. I'm trying to be optimistic here, but there's going to be a lot of people who look at that going, "Yep, that's kind of what we expected when he was drafted. When he only played 13 college games."
I feel like at the same time, at this point, you can't expect everybody to go out there and do everything right in the preseason. That's not how it works.
No.
Even
the best of the best have their...
The interception he threw wasn't even really his fault. Maybe the receiver wasn't there in time. Maybe it was, you know what I mean?
The pick six looked like
you get beat. Like
yeah, I mean the pick six looked like there was a miscommunication. They looked like they talked about it. Like it looked like he thought he was going to break outward. He broke inward, and the ball was just in the wrong place, or vice versa. I can't remember which direction they were running, but it looked like that was something they could definitely work on and maybe improve on. So. It's going to be one of those things, though, where he's still technically kind of a rookie. He didn't play much at all last year, so he's still going to have to stay healthy. He's going to have to learn on the fly, so we'll just have to wait and see how this goes. Mike asked a few questions here. He said, who's Aaron's team? I know Miranda has the Steelers, so Aaron, we'll take that away.
Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, Steelers' arch enemy. So,
yeah, that's right.
So, Mike, if you want any Ravens in the fantasy draft this year, draft them in round 1. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You don't have a round 1 pick. My bad.
He's trying to kill me off in D&D.
Talking crap in fantasy football.
Well together, though, for real. So.
Yeah. Mike said it's also preseason. No need to panic. I understand. It's not necessarily.
Yeah, I know. I think that's my biggest issue, too. Like, it's preseason. Like, I think calm down.
How much?
Most guys get hurt in preseason. Like,
Yeah.
How much
Stay
weight
healthy.
does preseason have on like a game? Like
None.
the actual
None.
season?
A regular
Whatsoever.
season, none. It doesn't mean anything. It's all about
Not even anything.
it's all about checking out your backups, getting into rhythm before the season starts. It's kind of what the Colts were doing last night.
The only preseason game that matters, and it will always, is when Pittsburgh plays Carolina.
Nice.
That is
Not
the
the
only
Ravens?
game that matters. 'Cause that's the only time they play each other ever.
Yep.
That's a good
And
point, Mike.
They win
Mike-
most of the time.
Yeah, yeah. Mike said, tell me Aaron isn't one of those you stole our Colts Baltimore fans.
No, Aaron does not know about anything about that whatsoever. He likes the Ravens simply because they're fucking birds.
The same reason Jaden.
That's not the story.
He likes.
Then why doesn't he like the Eagles or the Cardinals or some other teams that are probably birds? In the
That's
league?
not okay. So
Because he likes the color
Okay.
purple.
So here's the story. Here's the story. So my
Color,
brother and
not-
were watching football, right? And I can't remember who was playing. It was either the Eagles or the Raiders because my brother is an Eagles fan and my dad is a Raiders fan. One of them was playing, okay? And it was the Eagles that were playing because I started rooting for the Eagles because I liked their color scheme, and it's an eagle. Like, what's not to like about an eagle? And that's who I was gonna pick. But then my brother turns to me and says, "No, Aaron, you need to pick your own team." So I decided. I looked at all the teams. And I wanted to go for green, but the only green that was a good green was Green Bay. And I was like, I don't know if I want to be a cheesehead. So I was like, nah. So then, I started looking at the mascots and Ravens, because that's the family bird, is Ravens. And purple is a solid color. So I was like, okay, there's my team.
There you go.
The
Well,
dumbest.
that
The
you just have.
dumbest shit
Well,
I've
it's
ever heard.
crazy.
That's dumbest? That's like one of my very few core memories I have with my brother. So, I mean, calm down.
I mean, you
Dumb.
come from a state that doesn't have a team
JC's
at all.
always been a
It
fan
is.
and not a band.
Yeah, come on. Give me some slack. I come from a state that doesn't have a team at all. Same.
Yeah. And you picked the terrible team.
I don't think so. They're not that.
I mean, if you don't want to share what state you're from, I won't say it, but I'll let you say it if you want to.
I'm from Utah.
Okay, well there you go. So
Man,
for
y'all
those
ain't
of
got
you who
shit
didn't-
in Utah, fam.
Yeah. We have Real Salt Lake, but I'm not a soccer guy.
Yeah.
So.
You got the Jazz. You got the Jazz.
Oh, that's right. We do got the Jazz. Oh, I saw somebody at work
And the
wearing a
hockey team,
Jazz.
that's cool.
No, we
Yeah,
don't have a
Utah
hockey
Jazz.
team.
They do now.
We have.
Look it up.
All right. I'll look it up
The
after.
NHL team. I found all that stuff on Pat McAfee show, bro.
I wish we could get one of those, but I mean,
A hockey team, an NHL hockey team.
yeah. Why not? I was hoping we get that soccer team, even though I'm not a big soccer fan per se, but I could have got into it. Well, I'm just saying.
I want.
Mike says, if you want to tell, I'm not sure the full answer myself. What the heck brought you to Indiana from Utah?
My wife.
There you go.
What?
Good enough answer. Perfect. Yeah.
What?
Oh,
What?
I was like,
Partner?
who said that?
His wife.
He goes,
I'm
what?
gonna be real honest.
That better been your wife.
It's better, man. I'm gonna be real honest. I'm surprised you
She was
actually
just
heard it.
she was just making sure I wasn't talking crap.
Definitely not. Not with her in the room.
Why not? I do it.
That's what happens. So anyway, apparently Shane Steichen from the Indianapolis Colts, the head coach, said we're 16 days away from Houston. We've got some work to do before we get there, but we're fired up for it. So he didn't sound too concerned with the performance.
I don't think
on
they're going to
Thursday
be.
night.
It's preseason. I think, like I said, I think it was miscommunication situation. I think he'll be fine.
Now let's be fair too. The Cincinnati Bengals did not play their starters. They played the entire backups on the defense. So that's that being said, that first drive with Richardson and the entire Colts starting offense outside of Josh Downs looks smooth. They were perfect. I mean, perfect throws, right on target. Everybody was where they're supposed to be. It looked great. But those 3 drives after that. But we'll see how this goes in regular season. We only got about a little over 2 weeks away before we actually get to the first game against Houston. But they got to come out with their best foot forward. Otherwise, Houston will beat us. Houston is not to be trifled with.
Will beat us. There's no shot we win that game, you know?
If they don't come out
is that
with
their
best.
first game?
Yeah,
Like
it's here at
real
home.
game?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, against CJ Stroud, who looked great toward the end of last year. We beat him once when he first started
Did
early
you
on
not
last
see him in
year.
his preseason game?
No, I've not seen it yet.
He looked great there.
Okay, well, I'm sure he would. I mean,
Nailed Tank Dell. Nailed him.
Tank Dell. Okay,
Touchdown.
I didn't even know Tank Dell was like healthy yet. But anyway, good for him.
Yeah, he
So,
back.
And now he's got Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins, and they got Joe Mixon. They've got an offense on paper. So yeah, it's
no shot there. No shot.
Our defense has to come to play, especially our young corners. So let's hope that happens.
Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah.
So well, Aaron's not in here to hear this, but I'll tell him a little bit later. Mike said, looking forward to meeting you at the draft, Aaron. So we'll see those two guys meet up for the first time. So that'd be kind of fun.
I got to do some studying.
Yeah, we got a week. But we also have one more update from the Indianapolis Colts. Apparently, the injury bug has struck a little bit. Obviously, Josh Downs had a high ankle sprain. French on the offensive line got injured as well. And apparently, Jelani Woods, who did not play most of, if not all of last year, he didn't play hardly any games, underwent successful surgery today, which I guess was today for turf toe, and will miss about 4 months. So the team is hopeful that Woods can return around Christmas in time for a playoff push. So our big target that I was hoping to see more out of, we haven't seen a whole lot out of him just yet, is not going to be there for the majority of the season. So, and if Colts are in a bad position, he may not play at all this year, which is a shame. But luckily we do have depth at the tight end spot with Granson and Mo Alley Cox and a few others. So we've got some guys, but it's just
Mo Alley's been there for a minute.
Yeah, been there for a minute. I'm pretty sure he's still there. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he is. But anyway, so yeah,
I want to say you're not wrong. I want to say you're right.
I think they drafted a tight end too, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so we've got depth there at least, and we got some decent wide receivers. Hopefully, Josh Downs comes back. But with a high ankle sprain, those are going to linger too, for sure. So.
Yeah,
those helmets look weird.
Yeah, those are those protective helmets they wear, and they might even allow them in the regular season to a degree because they've been doing it in preseason a little bit. Looks a little funny. I don't know if there's one here that you can see. Yeah, there's one right there. They use it in preseason. They put this like protective sleeve over the top of it so it doesn't look so weird, but it still looks weird. Looks like one of those giant foam hats you buy. I don't know. It's funny looking.
Patton had a great point. Just like, why not making the helmets bigger with that padding that's on the outside, on the inside, and just making the helmets a little bigger? Because running backs would then and would more be able to more just run the ball because that's what they want to do. If you just take a bigger helmet, I'll take a bigger helmet.
Maybe it might be a visual thing. They might lose some visual.
Maybe.
What, by making the helmet bigger?
Yeah, you might lose some visual, like in your peripheral.
I don't know. The way you make helmets nowadays, I think you could pull it off.
It's definitely possible. I don't know. I just thought this was very, I don't know. It stands out like a sore thumb for certain.
Oh yeah,
even
it's
with
a visual thing for real. But apparently the players really enjoy them. So,
Kathy said you said
because of safety.
Not sure what she means by that. Did I say cuz? You say cuz? Anyway. Elaborate, Kathy. Please let us know. Mike says, fantasy football, I thought I was done, but I have been dragged back in out of my comfy retirement. So, you sound like you wanted to play too, even though he never quite answered my question. I was like, do you want to play? He's like, I'm in. I'm like, okay, well, I guess it's not. I guess you want to play, but I was like, okay. I just want to make sure you're doing it because you want to, not because I'm asking you to. But anyway,
it's okay. No means no.
Said Cox.
Wow.
What?
Oh, I get it. I got it. All right. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. All right.
Fair. Well, I thought we'd talk a little bit about the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's a family name.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know how to move on there. But anyway.
He looks like a psychopath. Yeah, why do you have that picture?
What, this one?
His eyes.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, it is kind of weird. Isn't it? It's like, yeah, but Steelers running back Jalen Warren is apparently will miss multiple weeks with a hamstring injury. So the backup running back to Najee Harris, and to me, last year was the better running back on the Steelers. Jalen Warren is going to miss some time. So just thought I'd put that out there for you. Got a couple other news and notes there too. Apparently, Russell Wilson, he did play last Saturday. Went 8 for 10, 47 yards. Took 3 sacks though. That's concerning. Didn't have a touchdown or anything, but there was a lot of fans who were a little concerned about the offensive line. And part of that's due to the fact that their starting center apparently is injured and he's going to miss some time. And rookie Zach Frazier will become the starter and will begin the season there. So concerns, maybe, for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
All I know is
again,
They
preseason.
better get their shit together.
All I know is Justin Fields didn't get sacked 3 times. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Justin Fields looked like the better quarterback from what I saw, which wasn't a whole lot, but yeah.
I'm
there's at
just
least
throwing it out there.
Yeah. So,
Justin Fields didn't have a problem.
Mike said, I don't know what, like V plus Brett Favre. I am the returning old man, but with a less wrinkly penis pick. Calm down, Brandon. If you remember those picks from Brett Favre and his Crocs.
No, I don't. Like, I don't know why everybody.
He was trying to. He was trying
Pull it
to.
up.
No, I'm not. No.
Pull it up.
He was trying to send him to like a Jets field reporter, I believe, at the time.
And
he got busted
he
for
was trying
that.
to send him to a Jezebel and got caught.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, so yeah, it was just kind of a thing.
Jezebel.
That's an old
Shouldn't be so
JR
damn
term.
common.
Yeah, Jim Ross term in pro wrestling for certain. But yeah, so
That's a biblical term.
Don't be so cocky.
funny.
Shut up. Shut up, Brandon. Oh my God. Well, we've hit that hour. It's about to be, like after 11 o'clock. It's the Dragon's Den after hours show, so to speak, when it comes to some of this topic situation.
No, I don't think
we need to make a real show like that.
I don't think you're going to have to worry too much about defense on Pittsburgh's side or offensive line wise. I mean, honestly, don't know because, like I said,
look, you guys just said preseason don't count, so we're not going to doom and gloom on Pittsburgh's preseason games, okay?
Yeah, understandable. Exactly. I just wanted to point them out to you.
I
That
mean,
way you
and
knew
they
what
did
the
pay.
situation-
They did pay pennies for $1 million quarterback. So
yeah, so
Tomlin is going to whip their asses into shape, and yeah,
let's hope so. I mean,
listen,
hopefully Arthur
I got
Smith
a
doesn't run
question
your
about
offense
my
anymore.
team's concerns right now. So do you. Okay, get it together.
You in this together.
I don't know, man.
Separate
I
teams.
think the Ravens are going to be an issue, especially from a running back perspective.
Oh yeah.
But I think Houston's going to be a problem for everybody in this fucking division this year. Again.
Let's see here. Kathy said, but mentioning Cox many times isn't after hours talk. Yeah. I don't know. But anyway, for sure. And Mike, before we wrap up the NFL segment here and move into politics, Mike wants to say, do the Colts play the Steelers? Yes, week four. The
we're
Colts
going
play
to
the
go
season.
tailgate.
Yeah, here in Indianapolis. So we're in the so Colts got a rough stretch to start the year. I'm not gonna lie. They start with the Houston Texans. They got to go to Green Bay, who played well last year. Then they got Chicago Bears at home, and then Pittsburgh Steelers at home, and then rounding up the first 5 weeks with Jacksonville, where we've not won in like a decade or more. So that's a rough stretch. If the Colts can get through that relatively, 3-2 or
listen, we ain't going 4-0. I promise you, we ain't going 4-0. Okay.
That might not.
Right. That first one is
1-3.
First one's an L.
I honestly think this year is honestly where Anthony Richardson goes, the Colts go, and I think we'll have to wait and see if that goes. Kathy said, if it's just tailgating, I want to go. As far as I know, maybe going to a restaurant. I don't know if we're going to pay money for tickets. Do
you have to pay to tailgate?
I don't think you have to pay to tailgate.
No.
You got to pay to park somewhere, but you can do that elsewhere and walk to the stadium and go to the shops and walk around. You can do that. There's a mall there. There's plenty of restaurants, which will probably when we watch the game. Yeah, so it might be kind of.
We had more fun outside in the parking lot before we went into the game. It was fun. It was wild.
And I'm saving my money for the Royal Rumble in Indianapolis anyway. So
yeah.
Mike says we'll go 1-3. First week win is in week 4 against the Steelers. Go take that. Punch him in the face. Punch him in the throat.
No.
At the draft.
No.
That's wild.
No.
You wrong on both accounts, right?
On both.
We lose in one game for sure. That first week is an L.
Yeah.
And the fourth week isn't.
Well, I'm not ready to say there any of them are L's just yet. I'm just saying.
If you play Russell Wilson, it's not. Let's call it out.
Don't jinx it, man. I'm just saying I'm not ready to call any of them losses just yet, but they're not going to be easy. So they can win them if they, because remember 3 out of the 4 at home. So
the fact that we still have an issue with Jacksonville is absurd.
Yeah, I know. I would love to be able to go down there and beat them finally after all these years, but
it
might have been Peyton Manning days. I'm gonna have to look into that. But anyway, it's been a minute. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, let's get into the ever popular segment here. And that is, of course, the politics segment here on the channel. Let's get into everything that's been going on in that world with the Democratic National Convention. Let's check that out. Before we jump right into that real quick, Mike did say if they score more points than their opponents, they have a good chance of winning. That's generally a good rule of thumb. That's usually same with Dynasty. So look forward to it, buddy. I appreciate you giving us a chance to beat you again. So that's awesome. But moving on.
Unless you're a Democrat,
That's crazy.
because then you're cheating.
It's going to be a fun time playing fantasy for sure. I can't wait to do it. I can't wait for the draft. It's going to be a lot of fun.
This football season is gonna be weird.
It'll be wild off the chain for sure. Well,
I
this
haven't
week,
drank in a long time, but I could use one right now.
yeah, especially by the end of this, we'll probably all want to drink for sure. But anyway, before we get too into the politics stuff, we got a comment from somebody named Kenny. Said, "I'm misogynistic. I'm not going to lie. I'm voting Trump. I'd rather the so-called racist man, quote unquote, in office than a liberal woman. Under Trump, my gas was cheap and America was thriving. Trump 2024. So
That's wild.
fair enough. But yeah, I totally agree with you on the cheap gas and America was thriving for sure. We did kind of have, I think, a little, I don't know if it was a troll earlier on, but
That shit is crazy.
again, you're welcome to vote for whoever you want to vote for. That is your right here in America. At the same time, if you're voting for Kamala Harris, I question why. And by all means, if you can tell me why, I'm happy to have a conversation. Put it in the comments. We'll discuss it. Mike says, all right, now that all the important stuff's done, I'm off to bed. To get a little sleep my heathens will allow me to have. So good night all. So thank you for joining us, Mike. Appreciate it. I know you're not the politics type. That's perfectly fine. But
Don't worry. We'll be out here trying to save the country for you, Mike.
Right, exactly. We're going to soldier on here for sure. But apparently we got some more Kamala Harris policies. If you want to know some of our thoughts about some of the policies that we know about, but not that she's talking about them, but that they're actually out there now. We did a segment on it last week on the channel, but we're going to go over a few more that were revealed due to the Democratic National Convention platform that was released. They didn't talk about these, pretty much all week, but they were released by the DNC platform. But apparently, we're going to start out here where Kamala Harris wants to raise corporate tax rate from 21% to 28%. Now, Trump previously lowered this from 35% under Obama to 21% in an effort to create more jobs in America and allow companies to pay their workers more. Kamala is already going to make companies sell goods at a cheaper price so they can bring in less revenue via her price control measures we talked about last week. And now she's going to make them pay far more taxes as well. This is going to, again, only lead to more bankrupting of companies, large and definitely small companies. Or the ones who can just afford to flee the country will do that instead, which is actually going to hurt the consumer and kill jobs here at home. It's less competition and far more government reliance. But she doesn't care about American companies, as seen here in a video of her wanting to remove patents on companies from when she was running for president in 2020. Let's listen to what she has to say here. Look at her crazy eyes with this, by the way.
I will snatch their patent so that we will take over. And yes, we can do that. Yes, we can do that. Yes, we can do that. It's the question is, do you have the will to do it? I have the will to do it.
You have the will to do what? Literally fight companies here and go and take control of them as the federal government? That's what you're claiming you want to do here. I don't know about you, but that's completely un-American.
It's wild.
You know what I mean?
Nuts.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get a few more of these too.
Just
I mean,
nuts.
Kamala also, apparently, according to the DNC platform, wants to eliminate medical debt. This is one that I missed last week, but apparently I want to get into it too. It's the student loan forgiveness all over again, which she also still wants to continue to do. The question with Democrat policies are always the same, and they never answer for it. How are you going to pay for it? That's the key. Oh, we'll just forgive it. No, it doesn't work like that. I'll tell you how they're going to pay for it and why they'll never tell you themselves, because this will make taxpayers pay for it. These type of moves are literally tax hikes on the working class without calling it a tax hike. That's how this works, guys. I mean, you're forgiving student loans. Who pays for it? We do. Those of us who didn't go, some of us went to college and paid off their debt like they should have. Hello, right here. But other people are just getting free rides here. So, it's just insane. So hopefully, she doesn't get in because we don't need that either. You eliminate all medical debt. I understand it's good you want to help people, and let people get medical care for cheaper prices or free. But when you pay less for it, you also get less better medical care. Just ask Canada, where you got to wait like a year to get a procedure done. And a lot of times then the procedures are done shoddy, like they're not good. So you get what you pay for is literally an expression, but it holds true. So yeah, I mean, I understand the sympathetic nature of it, but come on, guys. Kamala Harris also announced her plan to raise the long-term capital gains tax to 44.6%, and she plans on putting a 25% tax on unrealized capital gains. So this has to do a lot with the stock market. I want to flat out admit I'm not averse as much with the stock market and crypto as much. I'm gonna let this guy explain a little bit more about what this corporate or capital tax gain price hike would actually do to the economy. Here we go.
Kamala Harris endorses raising the long-term capital gain to 44% and a 25% tax on unrealized gains for the wealthy. What does this mean? If we raise the long-term capital gain, you are removing the incentive for people to hold investments long-term. They'll now be taxed the same as short-term. And if you do that and remove the incentive, what you're going to see is market volatility. Long-term investment brings stability. And because of that, you have business growth, you have job growth, you have a much more stable and healthy economy, which is a big reason why America is still the world reserve currency. Now, the 25% tax on unrealized gains. I know it's just for the wealthy, making over $100 million, but let's remove that for 1 second. Would this be a good policy for everyone? So you bought a house in 2020 for $400,000. The next year, it appreciates and it's now worth $500,000. You would have to pay a $25,000 tax on that growth. Doesn't mean your income went up, but that bill is due. What also happens is when the value of your assets go down, you're not getting a refund. There's no money back for unrealized loss. So what you would see is people either having to sell assets or go into more debt just to pay a tax on money that hasn't made it to their pockets. Now, I don't like the idea of just putting bad policy on the plate for somebody who has made money or created a business or sold a business. I think bad policy is bad policy, but there's two things to think of with this. What happens for all the companies that are large companies now have to start paying that unrealized tax? What happens to the larger market? And then we're no longer creating incentive for the brightest to go innovate, to build new business. All of this is driving our economic growth. So I think even this tax on the wealthy actually impacts all of us. But here's the last point. If history repeats itself, this tax to the wealthy will make its way down to us. It's the same thing that happened with our tax code. 1913, only the wealthiest were taxed. By 1942, all American workers were taxed. And so why I think it's important, if it's something that would be terrible for us, don't put that on to anyone else, because we run the risk of it going full circle and destroying the American economy.
So yeah, dude. So like I said, if you're invested in stock market at all, this does not sound like good news for you, period. And I mean, like I said, I'm not as most well versed with the, with the stock market myself, because I don't do any trading or anything like that on there. Mm-hmm. So, but the unrealized capital gains are supposedly only for, quote, the wealthy individuals. I think he said over $100,000 a year. Yeah, as this guy mentioned, though, that's how the income tax started too, until it wasn't. So now we all pay income tax, do we not? They said with Obamacare, you could also keep your healthcare provider too. That was a lie as well. They said they wouldn't raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year too. That was a lie. How's that inflation working out for you? Yeah. I'm not huge in the stock market or crypto, but I hear this is definitely awful. Reports state that it will cause the stock market to potentially collapse with the highest rates since 1922, before the Great Depression. So this is this type of stuff we're barreling down toward. That's exactly what Donald Trump's saying. He said it'll be a 1929 style Great Depression period if this takes place. He's been saying it for weeks now. So he's trying to warn you guys. You guys don't like him, some of you, but yeah, you gotta be smarter here, guys. This one flew under the radar at the DNC, but the DNC platform is now calling for the passage of what's known as the U.S. Citizenship Act. This Citizenship Act is a radical amnesty bill that will give automatic citizenship and social security numbers to millions of illegal immigrants, including specifically in the act, quote, criminals, human traffickers, and gang members. So they want to make it legal for all these people just to be in this country. So yeah, here is the older millennial that we saw a little bit of last week describing what this act actually entails.
Hey, you remember when we said that the Democrats were going to try to find a way to legalize all the illegal immigrants and give them the right to vote? Y'all said we were just racist, xenophobic, conspiracy theorists. Well, would you look at that? DNC platform rolls out plan to legalize all illegal aliens. Let's take a look a little deeper, shall we? The Democrat Party's 2024 platform endorses a bill that would create a pathway for illegal immigrants to become lawful prospective immigrants who would be issued IDs and social security numbers and be able to vote and join the U.S. military. The U.S. Citizenship Act, which is a fucking hilarious name, would empower the Homeland Security Secretary to adjust the status of a lawful prospective immigrant to that of a lawful permanent resident, should an immigrant remain in the country for 5 years without absences longer than 180 days. The bill would also allow deported illegals to return if they had lived in the United States for at least 3 years. So even people that left now get to come back and have all those rights. The legal immigration framework was last updated in 1990 and does not reflect the needs of the country in the 21st century. The expanding legal immigration and deterring illegal immigration plank of the DNC platform says, so they're doing exactly what we said they were going to do. How many times do we have to be right before we're no longer a conspiracy theorist? How many things do we have to be correct on before you just accept that we actually know what the fuck we're talking about? Because all that shit you said wasn't going to happen. If the Democrats get their way, it will. They would be issued IDs, social security numbers, and be able to vote. It's almost like we fucking told you that was going to happen.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yep.
I mean, we've said it here on the channel multiple times as well. I mean, they're getting these people here so they can vote in elections, so Democrats never lose power. That's what they want, guys. I mean, open your eyes. I mean, so yeah, we also have confirmation now that the Democrats themselves have been begging Kamala Harris not to release her policy agenda before the election. Do I need to repeat that? Man, we don't just have the headlines. We literally have Democrats saying this on the floor of the Democratic National Convention. Let's listen to this.
I haven't heard from many voters looking for white papers. What they want to hear is what her vision is for this country.
The American people don't vote on policy prescriptions.
I actually think the way the American people think about this choice is less about the minutia of policy and more about the direction of the country, number one. And secondly, about the person. Character, it does matter.
So we don't care about policy. We care about the direction of the company or country. Hate to tell you, the policy is the direction of the future of this country. Is it not? But no, they want to run an entire campaign on feelings and joy. You know, how she makes you feel, you know, because Donald Trump's orange man bad. You know, I don't know what to say about this. This is like going to a job interview and telling the owner of the business you're applying for the job for, after you hire me, I'll give you my resume. I mean, what the? And if you notice, she doesn't talk about any of these policies once at the DNC. It's all about feelings and joy and how evil Trump is. That's what the entire DNC convention was about. So, yeah, it's maddening. But before we get into the rest of that, we thought we'd take a quick word from one of our new sponsors here on the channel for this week. And that is, of course, Deep Shizzy.
I was so tired of gas and groceries being so cheap, I wanted to pay more for my food. That's when I discovered Dip Shizzy. After electing Dip Shizzy, my food and energy prices skyrocketed, and I couldn't be happier. With Dip Shizzy, I finally get to experience the joys of communism right here at home. But that's not all. Along with significantly higher food and energy prices, Dip Shizzy helps me contribute more to foreign wars. I was so tired of all the peace and prosperity we had under that mean orange guy. Now I can sleep easy knowing my hard-earned money is paying for bombs on the other side of the world.
Side effects may include extreme inflation, reduced purchasing power, and an overwhelming sense of wanting to hang tampon dispensers above urinals. Consult your dad before starting Dip Shizzy. Do not take Dip Shizzy if you are not an idiot.
Thanks to Dip Shizzy, my dreams of a more expensive and complicated life have finally come true. Thanks to Dip Shizzy, I can't afford and that means everything. Now's the time to ask your dad about Dip Shizzy and learn how communism works.
We will, because we're going to put in the hard work over the next 77 days.
and definitely don't forget to go to their website, enter the promo code DDPOD for huge savings on your first order of Dip Shizzy today. So definitely do that. So thank you very much for your partnership. We love you guys over there at Dip Shizzy. So yeah. It's absolutely outstanding, guys.
That last thing that she said, did she say woke or work?
She said woke. We got hard woke to do. That's what she said. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you weren't hearing things. That's for sure.
Okay. But okay. Yeah.
Apparently that hard woke or hard work apparently doesn't include doing debates on Fox, though, because this week she did officially decline the Fox debate with Donald Trump on September 4th. This is Trump's response here that he put out on Truth Social. But Trump is going to host a teletown hall to take questions from voters on September 4th in place of that supposed debate that Kamala Harris is running scared from. Because when you tell the truth, you don't have anything to hide. This is what Donald Trump's going to be doing when he takes questions from voters. Kamala Harris is once again hiding from her record. Obviously, as we just showed you, they definitely don't want you to find out about her policies until after you vote for her, which is something,
I don't know why presidential candidates don't do that more often. Instead of having a moderator, there, like maybe they moderate, but like have people Skype in and ask a question. Like you ask basically like the moderator, this is the question I want to ask. And then, they're put on screen and they start asking the question.
Well, they used to do like 3 different like debates for presidential candidates. And like a couple of them were actual debates with moderators. And there was another one that like might have had a moderator, but then you'd have an audience of people in the arena or wherever with them. And literally you take questions from the voters.
Yeah.
It's called a town hall. So they do it, but for whatever reason, I guess Kamala is not, you don't have to anymore. It should be like written in the rule. You have to do a certain amount of presidential debates. You can't back out. Should be every single, different, network out there, whether it be left or right. You got to do a little bit of both. You shouldn't be able to just be like, no, I ain't doing that because it doesn't benefit me. Now I'm saying that for both sides. Trump too. If he tried to back out, I'd say the same damn thing. And he, by the way, for all you leftists watching this, he didn't back out. He gave his word that he was going to debate Joe Biden, but as soon as Joe Biden dropped out, then he, had to come up with a new agreement for Kamala Harris, and Kamala was trying to make him stick to the date with Joe Biden. He was trying to make new debates with Kamala because he already did one with Joe, and now she's trying to skip out on that one, and now apparently she's not going to do this one on September 4th. So this is where we're at here. So, Kamala's trying to pass the blame off on Trump, and Trump's obviously, in my opinion, telling the truth, and is trying to get her to do other networks besides just CNN or ABC or NBC and Fox. But outside of Pete Buttigieg, who goes on Fox and pretty well lies his ass off, you don't see any Democrat on Fox, hardly ever. They think it's a joke or whatever it might be. No, it's not really that. It's more of the fact that they don't like to have their feet held to the fire. That's what it is. And
I thought it was booty juice.
Yeah, either one. Butt plug, whatever. But anyway, now this week she did finally take one question from somebody as she was getting off a bus or whatnot. And it went pretty much exactly how you'd expect unscripted.
You unveiled some economic policies last week. Yeah. Can you explain how you're going to pay for those? And can you give us a sense of what other policies you want to unveil going forward?
Sure. Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example, around children and the child tax credit and extending the EITC. It's at $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will pay for will be tremendous. We've seen it when we did it in the first year of our administration. We reduced child poverty by over 50%. So that's a lot of the work. And then what we're doing in terms of the tax credits, we know that there's a great return on that investment. And when we increase home ownership in America, what that means in terms of increasing the tax base, not to mention property tax base, what that does to fund schools, again, return on investment. I think it's a mistake for any person who talks about public policy to not critically evaluate how you measure the return on investment.
So she said like return on investment like 4 times, but she never once said how she was going to pay for it to start with. It's more about how it's going to pay for itself after we already pay for it and the dividends it's going to have for these people. Great, but go ahead.
I'm just thinking like a return investment. That kind of makes it sound like eventually the people that are getting this child tax credit will be paying it back.
Yeah.
Well, and even like the the $25,000 she plans on giving on to like new homeowners and stuff like that. Where are you going to get that money? Taxpayers. You just can't print it. If you do, you're going to cause more inflation. So again, explain to me how this is helping. I mean, I don't.
It's not.
It's not at all. And apparently, and that's exactly why they don't let her go off script, because she makes no damn sense. Because when you get held up to scrutiny, So everything she says is under a teleprompter or scripted, or they just hiding her like crazy in the basement like they did Joe Biden. And apparently JD Vance hammered her on this fact that she's not going to do a presidential debate. And he also talks a little bit about Tim Walz and his vice presidential debate here. So let's check that out.
That, of course, Kamala Harris announced this morning that she's running from the Fox News debate. And what a disgrace it is for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to talk tough, but then to run from the American people's questions, to run from these debates. I think if you want to be the vice president or the president, you ought to do as many debates as you can, because that's an opportunity to actually talk to the American people and make your pitch to them. My approach for the one debate that it looks like I'm going to have with Tim Walz is just to keep it focused on policy. You know, this is a guy who supported the rioters in Minneapolis as they burned down that city to the ground. This is a guy who supported policies that would defund the police, that have raised the price of groceries and of energy for American families. And I just want anybody who watches that debate to come away with it with a recognition that I know what it's like to deal with some of the problems and some of the bad policies of Kamala Harris. And we're going to make things better if the American people trust us with the opportunity to do so. And so that's how I'm going to keep it focused. And that's what I'm going to focus my preparation on.
So yeah, that just sounds like common sense, does it not? You know, let's debate, let's talk things out. But again, Trump and JD Vance seem to be the only ones who are willing to go into enemy territory, even just to have a conversation. I mean, just like pulling teeth to get Kamala and Tim Walz to do anything. Now, Tim Walz, to be fair, is doing his vice presidential debate with JD Vance, fine. But Kamala is only agreeing to one right now. The other one she's not agreed to just yet, and she backed out of the one on September 4th that Trump proposed. So, yeah, so we'll see how it goes. But JD Vance says he's preparing for his debate with Tim Walz, and I liked how he responded to this question in regards to how he's preparing.
I'd like to know how you were prepping for a debate with Tim Walz, who has described himself as a bad debater. Who's helping you, and how are you prepping?
Well, I found a good friend from back home who embellishes and lies a lot, and I'm having him stand in for Tim Walz. That's what we're doing during our debate. But look, all kidding aside, what we're going to do is we're going to focus a lot on policy, right? The way that I'm trying to prepare is to try to make sure that we're prepared to answer the American people's questions on how we're going to make their lives better.
Did you hear what he said? How we're going to make their lives better. Not just say we're going to do this, that, we're going to forgive student loans, we're going to, forgive your medical debt, we're going to do all this pie in the sky stuff that logistically make no sense. Republicans actually have plans to do these things and how they're going to do them. It's not just, oh, we want to see this happen. We want to end homelessness or whatever. Okay, but you still have to have a plan to do so. It'd just be like, yeah, we're going to do it. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's funny because Trump has always said that it gives you an idea of what he wants to do, like what his vision is, and explains how it can be done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kathy wrote, he's the master debater. We're gonna find out. I actually think he's going to mop the floor with Tim Walz. I really do. So yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about him a little bit later too, unfortunately. But let's see if I can pull up his next thing. Apparently here, remember last week when we reported how the media is starting to tell the truth about Hunter and Joe Biden and their foreign business deals because they're now done with Joe Biden. Well, this week, being a few years too late and many dollars short, the House investigation against Joe Biden reveals that Donald Trump was absolutely right yet again, and Joe Biden and Hunter's crooked foreign business deals are actually a thing. And I think they said they stole $27 million or something like that from foreign businesses. All actual impeachable offenses, by the way. Do you think there's actually going to be an impeachment coming here? Probably not.
I don't think they're going to waste their time on it.
So this is exactly why. Yeah, this is exactly why the Republicans are just as bad as Democrats. Zero accountability. Okay. Democrats are just as bad too, but hopefully Trump, while running as a Republican, he really isn't one of them though. You guys got to understand that about Donald Trump. He's not really a Republican per se. Okay. He's more like the outsider who has a party that's backing him here. But a lot of the people in that party don't like him just as much as Democrats don't like him. So hopefully he can change all that.
RFK, and they're going to form a new party.
We're going to talk about that.
Going to be that common sense.
I don't know if they just call it the common sense party. I really do. I think that's what we really need. I think Aaron's even been talking about a third party, a little bit. He'd like to see that happen. So
I mean, I would just like to see the independent party get more backing. Like when we get to these big presidential debates between the Republicans and the Democrats, that there is an independent there. I just think that all these small independent organizations should just get together and be like, hey, let's pull our resources together, put somebody up there, and let's make a difference. You know?
Yeah.
We've got to get rid of the George Bush and Mitt Romney type Democrat or Republicans.
It's McConnell.
Though. So to get a new party formed, the We the People Party would be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about that toward the end of the show because
RFK isn't for gun rights and stuff. He's not real big on guns. So we need the two parties to come together and go back to constitutional laws and get back to the way it was supposed to be.
As much as we probably all don't agree with everything that RFK stands for, he's at least acknowledging and is smart enough to admit the fact that the only one who's actually fighting for American values is Donald Trump. That's why he's now thrown his endorsement behind him, which we're going to get into by the end of the show. So,
and the fact that his family is treating him the way they are for this is just astounding to me. Like the CIA killed. Oh my God! Yeah, we won't.
Just crazy. We also got some other news this week. Apparently, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled in favor of Arizona and gave the GOP a partial victory. I'll say that. They enforced proof of citizenship law for state elections in Arizona, but why the hell not for federal elections? Apparently, the reason why is because it's a state law that they were deliberating over. So I understand that, and that's what the Supreme Court was ruling upon. But this should not be controversial for free and fair elections. Every state, for both state and federal elections, should require you to provide proof of citizenship and voter ID. So for those of you out there that think elections are fair, think again. This just is more evidence that they're not, because obviously if it's you have to show proof of citizenship for state elections only, but not federal, why do you suppose that is? I mean, think about that. And for those of you out there who think that the Supreme Court of the United States always gives right-wingers everything they want, well, clearly they don't. Otherwise, we'd have this nationwide for federal elections too. And hopefully, maybe this could just be a small victory that'll eventually lead to a larger one down the line. But as of right now, this is only being ruled for the state elections. So hopefully it'll just get that can, and hopefully we'll get to that point. But I don't know if we're going to get any sort of semblance of integrity by the time this election rolls around in November. Unfortunately, it's almost a little too late. I hate to hear that, but yeah. So at least this is a partial victory. Yeah, I agree with you. And it's a scary thought to really think about. Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. But we've talked about some of those instances on the channel too.
I think we need to put it into a perspective here, is that if we just allow anybody who walks into our country to vote, that opens the floodgates for enemies of the United States to walk in and vote in a way they know that would be detrimental to America. So that way they can either come and invade us,
1000%.
or they can attack us, or whatever, rob us, whatever other countries plan to do to America, because there are a lot of countries that hate us.
So we keep going with this agenda that we're going with, that'll just vote in policies that ensure that shit happens. And next thing you know, you'll get, what if you get one of these foreign enemies to run at some point? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly.
How this was not already like established law at the federal level, especially, is I don't understand why. It's like this should have been like established for years. But yeah, I know that Democrats, have changed election laws and things, especially during COVID, to try to make things a little more accessible. I understand that part of it, but now they're not putting it back, and it's like, things like that. It's like this is how you get stolen elections. I mean, everybody wants to say, "Oh, that's a right-wing conspiracy theory." Well, what the hell do you call that? Then, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, seriously, there's plenty of this sort of stuff going around. That's just one example. Apparently, go ahead.
Talking about like immigration reform, I think what we need to do, instead of just opening the border to anybody, I think we need to look into the process it takes for someone to become a citizen, and maybe look into maybe making that maybe not easier, but shortening the time. Maybe get some people, getting some more people.
Because he says he needs migrant workers.
Yeah,
we don't have enough for the shit that's going on.
Yeah, I'm just saying that we need to look at that. Maybe it takes hiring more people to go down there, and that would create jobs.
Yeah,
hire people to help the process move faster. I don't know. These are just
It definitely needs to be improved, no doubt about it. But the problem, then you got the
No,
infighting.
yeah.
It's like nobody wants to fix the damn issue, and that's for both sides too. And hopefully, I know Trump wants to get it under control first, and I think he wants to address it then. But you got to get it under control before you can just go in there. Right now it's just like, come on in. No vetting, no nothing. So it's like, hopefully that changes. But apparently this week, a journalist also attacked Donald Trump for talking about crime in Michigan, saying that he was being criticized by the Kamala Harris campaign for being in a town known for white supremacy, and his response was absolutely great. That's why you can't.
Who was here in 2021?
Joe Biden.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, people forget Joe Biden, campaign.
You said that should have walked off.
Yeah, he visited Howell, Michigan, which is the same town, in October of 2021. So, and Trump knew his fact right there. Boom. So why is the Harris administration criticizing Trump, but not Joe Biden for going there too? I mean, this is ridiculous. It's stupid shit. But good on him.
What I thought was interesting is there was people that were booing the reporter for the question.
Yeah.
And I wonder what the boos were for. Was it for...
Well, there was one boo you could hear audibly that said they're Democrats talking about the white supremacists. So, yeah. So they were backing Trump on this. Yeah.
Guess that's true. If you look back in history, are today Democrats back in the Civil War time were the ones fighting to keep slavery.
And don't fall for that lie about how there was a big switch. No. The Democrats have always been the party of the KKK. Don't buy that bullshit. Go read your history. I'm sorry. Just don't buy that nonsense. They're still the party against slavery, or for slavery, I should say. So with that being said, the Democratic National Convention obviously took place this year. I actually prefer this logo, or the one I put on the thumbnail. I thought it was wild. But yeah, so I think this is more apropos to what they actually stand for here. So we're going to get into some of the stuff that happened during this convention. Unfortunately, it took place for over 4 days this last week. And one of the days,
were flamethrowers?
No, it was gasoline pump.
I know. I was being silly. Yeah.
Gotcha. The joke just went. Anyway. I mean, they could be flamethrowers, sure, if you. But anyway.
I mean, fun fact: you can legally own a flamethrower.
Sweet. Not according to Joe Biden. You're not allowed to have a machine gun or a.
No,
cannon.
you can't have a machine gun, but you can have a flamethrower.
A cannon, you can.
Yeah.
So anyway, apparently the Democratic National Convention Women's Caucus don't know the words to the national anthem. I kind of feel like they were trying to sing like a round robin here, or but they were like completely off. They didn't know the words, and this just came off terrible.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad strides.
What is happening right now?
It didn't go well. Let's put it that way. So, like I said, it sounded like they were trying to sing like a verse, that someone else would start a verse, and someone else would start a verse. But then, like, I don't know if it threw a couple of them off, and they were like just off key, and like they forgot the next verse in their particular round. I don't know. It just came off very badly.
Yeah, that
to be fair, that's probably what happened.
That baseball game.
But, woof, it was kind of sad to see.
They need a few more rehearsals, and I think they'll get it.
Yeah, like a couple thousand. But anyhow, but apparently the Democratic National Convention was
wild place to start a video.
Yeah, I know, right? As we mentioned, they were basically all about hate and no policy. They mentioned Donald Trump 147 times on night one alone, 271 times by the end of night two, and overall 314 times in 4 days. So, and Donald Trump at the Trump at the National Convention for the Republicans mentioned Joe Biden twice. So there's no details on how they plan to help the American people, but let's listen to some of the times they mentioned Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Trump. Trump.
Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is?
These people are sick.
Pretty much. I mean, just. I mean, when you can't talk about what you're going to do for the country and all you're doing is attacking Donald Trump. I mean, look at these totals. The amount of times they had to mention the man. I mean, do you got nothing better to talk about? I mean, if that's your entire platform, that's a crappy platform. And if you're a level-headed Democrat, you should be able to admit that too, to be quite honest.
For sure.
Otherwise, you're just deranged. But no, it's all about Orange Man bad, and anyone who follows politics knows that Orange Man bad, that argument doesn't hold water anymore, except to the people who are low IQ voting blue no matter who. And that's pretty much what it is. So they're hoping that their base will turn out, but people with common sense don't buy this crap anymore. I hate to say it. Apparently, Bernie Sanders was also at the DNC, and he said that Kamala Harris's agenda is not radical. It is. But Trump's Project 2025 is radical. They even trotted out Democrat Michigan Senator Mallory McMorrow and others to lie about Project 2025.
Hello! I'm Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and this is Project 2025.
Love that. I mean, that was her "I got you" face, apparently. Brandon. So, I mean, I don't know how many times we have to debunk this. We've talked about it repeatedly here on the channel, but let's go over it one more time for those of you who are just watching again. Project 2025 is not affiliated with Donald Trump, and we're going to tell you why. Here we go.
Project 2025, because I hear far too many people talking about it as if it is Trump's position when nothing could be further from the truth. Trump's position has been clearly laid out in his Agenda 47. You can look that up for yourself if you do not believe me. Project 2025 has to do with the Heritage Foundation, which is a right-wing think tank of sorts. And Trump has distanced himself from them because he never authored any of the points that were in Project 2025. But the left would have you believe that that is Donald Trump's playbook for success in the presidency. And I'm grateful that Trump has actually clarified this, because there's so many individuals out there who still think that is Trump's position when nothing could be further from the truth. But this goes to show the extent of the brainwashing that the left engages in on a consistent basis. They need you to believe it is a real thing and that Trump is behind it, so that you show up to the polls to vote against it, not realizing it was never Trump's idea in the first place. So you have to understand when you're being brainwashed and taken for a ride, and then react accordingly.
So yeah, I mean, this is the Democratic playbook. You tell a lie long and hard enough and often enough, it becomes truth to these people.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, lie is still a lie. The truth is still the truth, whether you've been believe it or not. It's been debunked by many places. USA Today even debunked it. I mean, USA Today. Project 2025 is a political playbook created by the Heritage Foundation and dozens of other conservative groups, not Trump, who said he disagrees with the elements of the effort. There are, however, numerous people involved in Project 2025 who did work under Donald Trump's first administration. Doesn't mean they work for him now. He's fired a lot of those people, and now he knows that his first administration, people need to remember, Trump didn't know who a lot of these people were, so he trusted them. But now, after 4 years of being president, now he knows who some of these traitors and, horrible people within our government are, and he's going to disassociate himself from them. So his second administration, he's going to have that advantage going into it. So keep that in mind. So yeah, apparently CNN also fact-checked this. So let's watch that.
Listen to this claim from Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester of Delaware about Project 2025 and former President Trump.
He has, with his friends, said the quiet parts out loud, but not only said them out loud, he wrote a book about it. What's it called? Project 2025.
That is false. Trump did not write Project 2025. The project's big policy document published by the Heritage Foundation think tank lists dozens of people as authors, editors, contributors. Donald Trump is not among them. Listen to this.
So yeah, I mean, Bernie Sanders wants to talk about how Kamala Harris's agenda isn't radical. It is, but it's ironic for him to talk about anything being radical, considering he's a socialist. I mean, even Harris's own campaign admits to lying about Project 2025. They told a Harris campaign official said the campaign has, quote, made a deliberate decision to brand all of Trump's policies as Project 2025 since they believe it is, quote, stuck with voters. They told CNN this. Harris's own campaign don't even believe it, but you marks out there for the Democrats are just buying it hook, line, and sinker. I don't know what to tell you guys anymore. You guys are just believing nonsense. It's stupid.
I don't either. I really don't.
Seriously.
I mean,
just like
when they're I mean, see, first of all, I'm flabbergasted that CNN of all places are actually doing some real fact checks. I want to give credit where it's due. Donald Trump gives Dana Bash and Jake Tapper credit for doing the last debate with Joe Biden before he dropped out and doing it relatively even. I think a lot of that was because they wanted Joe out. But
you mean kicked out?
Yeah, kicked out. Either way. But yeah, I think they did that intentionally. But even
So
then,
get your facts straight.
Yeah, fact check. Thank you. But but no, I mean the fact that CNN's even doing this at all is astonishing. So they're doing it more sometimes than Fox News does at times right now. It's like, what the hell? I mean, so I'm going to give CNN a little credit. However, we're going to show you some videos here where they're still doing their own CNN stuff. So it's just kind of hard to tell. But anyway, we got this is apparently what the DNC is supposedly supposed to be about. Biden officially passing the torch to Kamala Harris, so to speak. But apparently, you know, Kamala Harris is literally wrestling it from him. The entire convention was riddled with, the convention was riddled with lies and lies and lies, including Joe Biden's farewell speech. So let's talk about that a little bit here. He comes out on, I believe it was Monday night around midnight. So interesting time slot, by the way. It was almost like they didn't want anybody to see him after everybody's bedtime on the East Coast. So he stumbled and lied throughout his farewell speech, of which here's a montage video showing you some of his highlights from that speech, or lowlights, however you want to look at it.
Women are not without electoral.
Take 3.
Border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides." My God. That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant.
Yeah.
Known Chief of Staff and 4-star General John Kelly that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in one of the France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers.
On cue, he's going to yell.
Who does he think he is?
Every time he yells.
Who does he think he is?
He gets so big on that shit too.
They're the ones we're going to bring back.
Just randomly yelling at the crowd on that one.
That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. It's Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. You know, we have 1,000 billionaires in America. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words.
All of these are lies, guys. All right. They have been for years, but yet Joe Biden and the Democrats continue, especially Joe Biden. But now that he's pretty much out of the picture, everybody else is going to pick up the ball for him and lie. The very fine people hoax, we've talked about it at length many times. Even Snopes fact-checked it, said he did not say that. If you go back and watch the clip in its entirety, he said, "I'm not talking about the white nationalists and the neo-Nazis. They should be condemned totally." He's debunked this. Donald Trump himself.
See the Apprentice clip of Trump. He had a homosexual on his show.
Yeah.
And it was hilarious. It was just.
If I'd have thought I'd have pulled it up when we get to that segment here in a little bit for sure. But yeah, he had a homosexual on there where he was asking, like, are you gay? And he said, yes. And Trump's like, well, so you don't find either one of these two ladies attractive? He's like, they're beautiful women. They're just not for me. And Trump's like, well, that's why we have menus at restaurants, right? Some people like steak. I like chicken, whatever. Again, he didn't condemn it at all. And that was back when he was on The Apprentice before he even ran for office. So, but anyway, little side note there.
Yeah.
So yeah, the very fine people hoax is obviously a lie. Joe Biden bragged about building 500,000 electric vehicle stations when in actuality they paid $7.5 billion in investment to produce only 7 of them in 2 years. So where's all that money going? Give you one guess. Well, 2 places, Ukraine and in their own pockets. But yeah, I mean, no, he's got nothing to brag on there. He's got nothing to stand on. He says that Donald Trump killed the bipartisan bill that would have fixed the border. This is a breakdown of the bill right here. It's a $118 billion bill. Only $20 billion of it at the bottom here actually went toward addressing the southern border here. And if you read further into the bill, it's still allowed for thousands to enter the country unopposed before action could be taken. That's why Trump killed it, or he asked Republicans to step up because he knew it was a bad bill. Had nothing to do with the fact that he didn't want to secure the border because he thought it would help his campaign. No, the Democrats, if anything, are using it because it helps their campaign.
Yeah,
right now. That's what's going on. But they're lying to you, saying Trump's the one who killed it. I mean, Joe Biden also told a huge lie, I guess, about the border, which we'll talk a little bit more about, where he said that crossings have gone down half since Trump's presidency. That's a laugh and a half because there's no way in hell it's gone down by half under Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Get that crap. The bloodbath hoax, even CNN has reported it the right way. Trump warns of a bloodbath for the automobile industry if he loses the election. That's what he was talking about, the economy with the automobiles. We pulled up the video for you here multiple times on the channel before. So again, we're just debunking stuff that's already happened, clearly, but it's stuff that they just keep perpetuating and they expect you to be dumb enough to buy it. Trump also said, or he said that Biden said that Donald Trump will cut Social Security and Medicare. Here's Donald Trump himself saying he's not going to do that.
I will not cut 1 cent from Social Security or Medicare. I kept that promise 4 years ago, and I will keep it again. And seniors will not pay taxes on Social Security.
So again, just lie after lie after lie, because they want you just to think he's Orange Man bad.
Wait, they pay taxes on their Social Security?
Yeah.
When? Okay, I don't pay attention to that, but when does Social Security come out? Is that before taxes or after taxes?
I don't know. I don't get Social Security.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get Social Security.
I don't know.
But you pay into it for your whole life, don't you?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it comes out like when they just issue you the check, like it would any other paycheck, or how that works. I would assume that's the way it goes.
I'm not sure either.
Yeah.
That's a good question. We'll look into it.
Yeah.
Biden also said that Trump said that, World War I veterans, he called them suckers and losers. The Atlantic story is completely false, absolutely lacks merit. I've been by President Trump's side. He has always shown the highest respect to our active duty troops and veterans, with utmost respect paid to those who have given the ultimate sacrifice and those wounded in battle. That was said by Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, the National Security Advisor for Vice President Mike Pence, as well as John Bolton also. And many other people in his administration have come out and denied the fact that Trump actually called these soldiers suckers and losers. We've been over this before. There's no audio, there's no video evidence of him ever saying it. Same as there's no evidence that he called or he said that Hitler did some good things. Both of those quotes came from the former disgruntled person who worked for the administration named John Kelly. He was not happy that he got fired, so he went out and spread those lies. So keep that in mind. Also, Joe Biden said that there are 1,000 trillion billionaires in America. The actual count is 756. They provide over 30 million jobs for hardworking Americans, by the way. So not quite 1,000. He's about 250 off. But again, he has to, perpetuate that.
We have 1,000 billionaires in America.
So yeah, I mean, again, if Joe Biden's mouth is moving, he's lying. And literally, for the most part, for Joe Biden's speech, there was 0 fact checks. And so this is why, they were fact checking certain things, but they weren't fact checking Joe Biden here on any of these networks. And this is why they got rid of him, because of the sort of crap that he was saying right here. So up to this point, while I'm preparing the next segment, what do you guys think about all this stuff that's DNC so far? A lot of garbage, huh?
Yeah. It's like sometimes they just say shit, repeat the same thing. It's like rinse and repeat.
And then they lied to everybody last night saying they're going to have this special guest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
yeah. They
the
they said we got a special guest that's going to be at the DNC. A lot of people were speculating it was either Taylor Swift or Beyonce. Neither one of them showed up, and they said that the actual special guest was Kamala Harris herself. So talk about trolling your audience to try to get them to tune in. And I heard the ratings were actually okay for the show. It's probably a lot of people just wondering what the hell they were going to say next. But yeah, you promised some concerts and stuff. Like, I mean, of course they're going to, tune in. Apparently, Kathy chimes in on the Social Security thing. Kathy said that her dad pays taxes on his Social Security still. So
that's wild.
There you go. So there's a little bit of confirmation on that one. So yeah, so sad. But no, Donald Trump is not cutting Social Security. He's not cutting Medicare. He's not he's not raising the retirement age. None of that stuff. So all you guys are freaking out about that. The Democrats are lying to you.
It just kind of seems like if they're taxing Social Security, it just seems like they're double dipping. But of course, I don't really know. But I always thought that like part of the taxes that got taken out of your income went to Social Security. But I could be wrong.
Well, the taxes come out of your income. That's to pay for your Social Security, but that's not taxing what they're giving you for Social Security. That's the way I always looked at it. You know what I'm saying?
I guess that's true.
It's silly, but yeah.
I don't know.
Seems
odd.
It's not contributing to your later fund. You know what I mean? So apparently one of the bigger issues the Democrats are running on, of course, is abortion. We're going to talk a little bit about this because apparently at the DNC, there were abortion buses basically lined up outside the DNC giving abortions on appointment. And apparently the appointments throughout the week were booked solid, top to bottom. And apparently as of Wednesday, I don't know the final number here, but as of Wednesday, 25 babies were killed at these buses. So again, we're going to talk a little bit more about the details of abortion and some people's stances on here in just a second. But this is kind of sad to see. We're going to talk about the statistics, why I think this is sad for sure. And again, I want to stress here too. I know people in my life who have had abortions. I do know that. I just want to say that I think that we're going to talk about the exceptions to the rule that Donald Trump supports and things like that. I try not to judge people, at all for sure, because it's not my place. But it's definitely something that needs to be discussed here on the channel because it is a big hot button topic for sure.
I'll make a slight judgment.
Oh yeah. Well, it depends on what it's for the most part.
Yes, for those that are using abortion as a birth control measure,
bingo.
Like where they're going out just having sex unprotected, and they're like, "Oh, it's fine. I'll just go get an abortion." That's where the problem is.
Yeah. And I'm going to show you just the statistics of how many done per circumstance, and we're going to talk about that here in just a second too. But apparently at the DNC, a huge IUD balloon was also put on the convention floor. Obviously, there's a lot of talk about Democratic circles that the Republicans are going to try to take away contraceptives. I have not heard one Democrat actually run or one Republican run on that. Have you? Especially not Donald Trump. Donald Trump's not for that. So
that's
again,
wild.
Yeah. No one's saying we're going to take your condoms away or anything like that. That's Democrats fear mongering.
Me and Aaron had this conversation on the way home today. And legit, I said, well, why can't we do like, you remember, at least in my health class, they gave us condoms. We're going to high school. Like, they're like, we're not stupid. Like, here it is. Why is it, maybe don't make them expensive?
Because now they don't care about the reproductive part of it. They're making all the kids fucking gay.
Yeah.
And wanting to cut their body parts off.
Everybody just wants to have sex and not have the
They
consequences of it.
skip that.
Yeah. It's like, hey, do what feels good to you. That's perfectly okay now. No, it's not. It never has been. And,
But they're
there's
trying
a reason.
to get rid of the population. So the ones that are old enough to get abortions, and then they got to get the adolescents to not even have kids.
But that's the thing. This is what I don't understand. If you're dead set on not having kids, there are plenty of things you could do to just rectify that problem to begin with. Like if you're that dead set on it.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? So what's the need for the crazy amount of abortion? If you don't want kids, there are multiple different avenues you can take.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's obviously abstinence is the best form. I mean, you can get vasectomies. They don't always work. Most of the time they do. There's things to do But I mean, and contraceptives is one of those things. But it's just kind of funny to me how Democrats always want to push these abortions, but don't they understand? Like in a couple, generations time, they're not going to have any Democrat voters anymore. Yeah, because they're not going to reproduce. So your ideology is not going to be passed on.
The abortion.
That's wild.
So I don't understand it. But yeah, so apparently everybody wants to talk about how JD Vance is weird, but apparently we got women actually marching in the streets of Chicago dressed as abortion pills.
Stop it for 1 second.
What's that?
Hey, stop 1 second. Look at the women that are doing it, though.
I know. Everybody wants to talk about how
fit a mold. You can call it stereotype, call whatever the hell you want. And like they fit a mold.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're NPCs. They don't fucking.
Yeah. You remember that conversation we had a while back about self-thought, or self-conversation with your conscience and shit like that? And how some people do not have an inner voice. None of these women have.
Yeah. Well, there's always this there's these memes that obviously go around social media about how left-wing women look a certain way and right-wing women look a completely different way. Again, take that for what you will, but that is kind of a thing. A lot of left-leaning women, anyway, I don't want to get into that too much.
It's like the whole Karen, you remember the whole Karen thing? Like how there's like a kit, haircut, sunglasses. You know what I mean? There's a kit.
Yeah.
And like
it's usually like really, and I got no problem if you want to color your hair. That's not necessarily a problem. But it always seems like that side is the one that's doing it. Left is usually one that colors their hair pink or bright blue or purple. Again, if you want to color your hair, whatever, fine. It's just a hair color. Cool. It may have had nothing to do with that. But a lot of these, it just seems like a stereotype a little bit because they are the ones who normally do this.
That's exactly what it is, though.
Yeah. So
I don't think the FBI liked my stance on abortion.
Oh, they boot you off?
Yeah.
Well, you're back now. The way I say is just keep plugging at it, man. We're going to go on Rumble at some point, too, so they can't censor us there. Well, we are on there.
If you don't want to have children, you are that dead set on not having children. You have made that decision. Fine, whatever. There are literal ways you can go about that to where you don't have abortions for sport.
Yeah, that's like I said, we're going to talk about the statistics and how many people do with putting it.
I heard that hysterectomies are kind of taboo or illegal unless there's a medical reason.
You usually won't do one for. And that's because we are meant to reproduce. Like,
right.
Even if it's 100% necessary, like you'll die if you don't get it. They make you
at some point, even the most, I've seen plenty of stories where, and it's a lot of guys.
Well, and we're going to talk about that, what she just brought up here in a minute, too. That is an exception.
The size of a whole book.
Yeah.
That is an exception that Donald Trump is talking about.
You want to reproduce, that you want an offspring, like you want, and unless there's like an actual 100% medical reason why you can't, and most of those end up adopting in the sense because they still feel like they have to feel that need, that urge, and like blindly robbing somebody of that is fucking insane.
That and again, we're going to talk about the exceptions for life of the mother and things like that here in just a minute.
Yes.
Because those are sort of things I'm starting to come more around on than I used to be. But I don't view that as an abortion necessarily. That's more of a life-saving measure. It's a little different.
At the same time, there's exceptions to every fucking rule.
The transgender freaking children.
You're robbing them of an experience of life.
But it's also interesting to me that people who advocate for abortion the most, the people who advocate for abortion the most have never been aborted. And their parents aborted them. They might be thinking a different story. But apparently they want to call JD Vance weird. But here's Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear wishing that a family member of JD Vance's gets pregnant due to rape because he doesn't agree with JD Vance on his policy on abortion.
I mean, think about what some people have had to go through because of these laws. I mean, JD Vance calls pregnancy resulting from rape inconvenient. Like, inconvenience is traffic. I mean, make him go through this. I mean, think about.
So again, he just advocated for a family member to be raped. It's because he can't have a conversation with JD Vance about it. All right. Party of joy, ladies and gentlemen. They said joy. I don't know how many times, probably more than they said Donald Trump's name. Even though Trump's administration have stated many times it will not sign a national abortion ban and that Trump believes in the exceptions for rape incest, and the life of the mother. So let's listen to Donald Trump's own words debunking the Democratic lie that he's going to sign a national abortion ban.
To put it simply, it's now up to the states. And like Ronald Reagan, I'm a believer in the exceptions, the 3 exceptions, as you know, and rape, incest, life of the mother, the danger for the life of the mother. And we have a situation now where it's in the states' hands, and the states are going to be voting. The last thing people want, the people are going to be voting. The last thing people want is for that to go back into the federal government. It was always fought, and very importantly, and people wanted it, they wanted it back in the states where it belongs legally and for a lot of other reasons.
So you wouldn't support a national ban?
No, I wouldn't support a national ban. No, I would not.
So he just said it right there. Now, everybody needs to also remember this too. Abortion has never been a constitutional right. They want to say they're taking your rights away, but it was never a right to begin with. I know that may be hard to hear, but that's the way it is in the law. But
I mean, I don't think the founding fathers who wrote the Constitution, I don't think they thought about abortion. I don't even think that was a thing. You know, it was either you were having kids or you weren't having kids. It was kind of a decision there.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
By the way, Trump also is not getting rid of IVF either, in vitro fertilization. The Democrats want to spout that as well, even though Tim Walz keeps lying about how him and his wife used it. We'll get to that in just a second. Here's Donald Trump saying he's not going to get rid of ways to, have babies.
For mothers and families to have babies, not harder. That includes supporting the availability of fertility treatments like IVF in every state in America. Like the overwhelming majority of Americans, including the vast majority of Republicans, conservatives, Christians, and pro-life Americans, I strongly support the availability of IVF for couples who are trying to have a precious baby. What could be more beautiful or better than that?
So again, he's not trying to get rid of other ways of doing it either. I know there's controversy, I think, with IVF. It involves using embryos. And then sometimes they may be used from aborted babies. That may be where the contention is. But if you could do that without the aborted embryos, I got no problem with it. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
So, and apparently
that's news to me.
Yeah. So,
I
and I know somebody who had kids via IVF. I'm not going to say who, but at the same time, so I know that it does happen. So if you can't have a baby, that is a way for parents or mothers in particular who can't have babies to get children. Donald Trump's not trying to take that away from you. So this lie that the Democrats are telling you, it's completely that. It's a complete lie. Apparently, like we said, Tim Walz keeps lying about how he and his wife used IVF. When his own wife revealed that she underwent a different treatment, not IVF, and new details about their fertility struggles.
Yeah, this cat is crazy, bro.
Tim Walz is a liar, brother. And apparently after this came out, that his wife set the record.
The doctor had a hand in that.
Yeah, anyway, literally, but apparently Jake Tapper on CNN, again, even though on this clip, they still try to kind of justify what Tim Walz was saying. Oh, he got confused. He didn't quite know. But at the same time, Jake Tapper doing a little fact checking here and calling out Tim Walz on the lie.
Vice President Harris's running mate, Tim Walz, is tomorrow night. The campaign is having to clean up some comments he's made about one of the campaign signature issues having to do with reproductive rights. This is what Governor Walz said on MSNBC while criticizing J.D. Vance. Take a listen.
J.D. Vance knows nothing about that. And then he keeps going into all of these things. Today's IVF day. Thank God for IVF. My wife and I have 2 beautiful children.
Now,
and Dr. Rogers.
Accurate, right? I mean, it wasn't IVF. It was a different procedure. And his wife, Gwen Walz, the First Lady of Minnesota, is taking care to tell CNN that they actually used a procedure called intrauterine insemination. IUI. It's a process she described as an incredibly personal, difficult experience. They did use fertility treatments. It wasn't IVF.
any woman who's
Command
gone,
Sergeant
I'm,
Major.
I'm sorry.
Hold
any
on,
woman,
hold on. I want to.
Any one of the 1 in 7 women who goes through fertility treatments, IUI is part of the suite of fertility treatments. It's a step below IVF. It's direct insemination versus creating embryos. I think that is a stretch to say that it's not part of the broader fertility treatment.
The way they explain it is, he just talks like how regular people talk.
I mean, my husband wouldn't know the difference.
First of all, my wife did IUI not once.
Wow,
my husband wouldn't have known the difference, and that may be a fair point. I mean, I don't know if many husbands would know the difference between one or the other either. So, fine, but at the same time,
and here's the thing, though. I think it's something that impacts your life that heavy. You don't get it wrong.
I wouldn't think so, especially if you're running for vice
don't
president.
miss
It almost like he wanted to use it as a
No,
talking
I mean,
point
as a
because
human being, that's a very impactful moment because, you know, what I mean, this is something that you wanted to have your own children, but through whatever means you couldn't. But you're still getting the opportunity to. So, like, you don't forget what that is. Like, you don't forget how that happened.
Just like you don't forget your military record.
Yeah.
right. Yeah. Oh, he said he was Command Sergeant Major. Oh, he got confused. He didn't know. Stop it. He repeated it
He was,
multiple
but that's
times.
not what he retired as.
Tim Walz did not misspeak when he said that. We showed last week multiple clips of he said it over years. So don't give me with that misspoke bull crap, by the way. And when it comes to IVF, by the way, the clip that they showed of him talking about it, he said it was IVF day. So it was like a holiday or something. So he was literally using it as an opportunity to attack JD Vance. That's why he was saying stuff like that. So he probably knows, but he was trying to attack the opposite side. Politics. It's bull crap. I did want to, before we move on to the next, we're going to get off the IVF thing. But Kathy wanted us to mention that she said, I mean, why is it our business? I love life, but it's just not my business. I was born out of wedlock. I could have been, but my mama kept me. But I was raped. I was scared. Happy that I was spared. So, yeah. And again, that's another one of those exceptions for rape that Donald Trump believes in as well. I know these are very tough subjects and stuff. And we're trying to be as, diplomatic as we can here and understanding of everybody's situations for sure. And I think that's what everybody wants, including Donald Trump and Republicans. It's not what the Democrats are saying about Donald Trump saying, oh, he wants to get rid of contraceptives. If you're raped, you should have the baby too, or he's not saying that. There's some conservatives who are more right-wing than he is that would probably say such things about rape or incest, at least, because those people in particular, and part of me, I don't know how I feel about it per se. I believe that the life of the mother is obviously probably an exception that's worthy of, going through a procedure for, which, like, again, I consider that more of a life-saving measure than abortion. But when it comes to like race and incest, I have a hard time justifying that two wrongs don't make a right. You know what I mean? I understand it's traumatic for the young lady, and maybe it's just, and again, I can't really speak on it. I shouldn't give a good opinion on it because I'll never do it. But at the same time, it's like those babies could, if you could muster up the courage to go through that, I think there'd be a lot of families out there who would love to adopt a child. That's the way I've always looked at it. Again, I'm trying not to judge because, like I said, I'll never be in that situation. So, God bless you. I hope those people who do go through it find a good way to go about it for sure. But it's just kind of sad to see for sure. But moving on from that just a little bit here. Apparently, there has been some people who were attacking on the right. They were attacking Tim Walz's son a little bit here. I got to tell you right now, if you're attacking Tim Walz's son, please stop. Just don't. There are plenty of things to attack Tim Walz over. In fact, we did a whole segment on Tim Walz last week that you could go check out. Don't stoop to the left's level. I hate it when they do this with Barron Trump or any of Trump's kids, even though most of those are adults. And I don't know how
but they have
old,
nothing to do with the situation.
No, absolutely no. Everybody will say, "Oh, well, Donald Trump's sons, they take motive." Stop it. Okay, there's no evidence to show that like there is with Hunter Biden. There's not.
I mean, didn't The View even attack Trump's granddaughter who spoke at
that's
the
wild.
GOP?
Yeah, we talked about dad and how much she loves playing golf with him and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's no, it's out of bounds. Stop it. Attack based on policy or whatever, or the politician. Don't attack their kids. I stand 100% behind those words. Not to mention Gus Walz here is a special needs child. He has ADHD, he has anxiety and nonverbal learning disorder. So if you're attacking him, you're a double asshole in that regard. So we'll call out some of the people on the right who were doing that. Don't do that. However, this one's interesting. Tim Walz walked out his family with his wife and his son here at the end of one night of the convention, I believe. And he had his son Gus by the arm. And it appears that he aggressively pulls him toward him in an angrily manner. So let me know what you think about this. We're going to discuss, but there's no audio here. But right there, kind of jerks him toward him, like, get over here. And his facial expression does change, like, I don't.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But at the same time,
but I don't know how you handle a situation with a kid that. Like, but I don't, that's.
And at the same time, too, there is a teleprompter right in front of him. I don't know if Tim Walz was trying to pull him out of the way of the teleprompter. I don't know. So I'm not, again, this is one of those, I understand what people on the right are seeing, but if it's
I can see that.
He might be right. He might have been.
If you look at
him out of the way, maybe he didn't see it.
See, and then I don't know if this is his daughter, but she had to walk around it where he almost ran into it.
Yeah, so
we'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one because it looked like he was trying not. Yeah,
because it doesn't look like he sees it when he was walking through it.
Right.
Yeah.
And
again,
he doesn't react in a negative way, as in he was startled by the situation.
By the way, Kathy,
I've done that.
I don't think I'm ready for that. So just letting you know, she said I could adopt a baby. But and a lot of people on the left,
Papa Eric is wild.
Well, and that's the thing. A lot of people on the left like to say, "Well, the right say, well, adoption's an option. Why don't you just put them up for adoption?" And then when it comes to time to adopt them, people don't want them. Well, the same sort of argument could go to people on the left who say, "Oh yeah, we should let all the illegal immigrants in." But as soon as they say, "Well, why don't you house one of the illegal immigrants?" They don't do it either. You know what I mean? And I don't know, Kathy, and I know Kathy's not attacking me like that. She's just making conversation.
I want you to pull up that clip of that interviewer who was interviewing that guy, and then he brought in the guys from Mexico, no, Honduras, I think they were from, and it was like, well, they want to stay here they were going to stay with you, and here are these pills,
Yeah. They're feeding their lunchtime and bedtime this time. Yeah. Like, no. Yeah. There's a great video out there. They were trolling some people saying, yeah, we're sanctuary city. But when it comes time to actually adopt a illegal immigrant too, they didn't do it. And like I said, adoption does need
program. That's the program we need. Adopt an illegal immigrant. That's what we need.
And much like the immigration policies, like they should be able to get into the country faster, more efficiently. I agree with that. Adoption process also needs to be better and less expensive too. I mean, it's almost too much. A lot of people who want to have kids can't because they can't afford to. It's hard enough once you get the kid as it is. Then you want to charge them an arm and a leg, literally for a kid.
Why do you say get the kid as it is? You just bought that motherfucker.
Like cars are sold as is. This kid is sold as is.
Yeah,
gotta be careful of things that say as is.
Now, we were talking about the percentages of abortions. Here is the nationwide percentages of the circumstances abortions are used for.
No reason. It's crazy.
The very bottom, 92.3% of abortions, there's no reason, elective. Basically, you want to have your fun and don't worry about the consequences. You want to have your cake and eat it too. That's 92% of the of the abortions that are performed. 6% are for social or economic reasons alone. That to me is not a valid enough excuse. I've always had that stance on it. So if you add those two together, that's 98.5% of abortions are literally for no or not a good enough reason, because you can find ways to make it work, or you could do the adoption thing if you just can't afford it. However, less than 1.5% that's left are for the exceptions, like incest, endangering the life of the mother, rape, physical health threatened by the pregnancy, health was threatened by the pregnancy, psychological health, or a serious fetal abnormality. Those are the exceptions Donald Trump is okay with, and the majority of people on the right and conservatives are fine with. Not everybody, but a lot of them. So they want to tell you they want to take away your rights. No, they just want common sense, because again, the 98.5% is the common sense territory. So we should not be making laws based on the minority here. You know what I'm saying there? We shouldn't be making laws based on minority of people. We should just have we should have abortion up to the moment of birth for 98.5% of the people who just want to do it because they don't want a kid or they wanted to have sex without the consequences. That's wrong. The rest of it I can understand a little bit, but again, when it's less than 1.5%, you don't make law based on that. You don't. So that's all I'll say about the abortion thing, I think. But wanted to get that out there because that is important for sure. Along those same lines, Democrats love to claim Trump will get rid of abortion and nationwide and IVF. They also believe he'll come after gays and the LGBTQ community as well. Here is a video. If this is the right one here, yeah, okay. Of I can't remember who it was. Lesbian Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, who says you will pry her wedding ring from her cold, dead gay hand here.
By the way, I got a message for the Republicans and the justices of the United States Supreme Court. You can pry this wedding band from my cold, dead, gay hand. By the way, I got a message.
So this is a woman who literally thinks that Donald Trump is going to take away LGBTQ rights. And the Democrats have also perpetuated this lie for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And Donald Trump, does that look like a guy who's going to take away LGBTQ rights to you?
He never
At all?
said that either.
No. I mean,
Again, I said this last time. I said this last week. If he was gonna do it, if you're so afraid of him doing it, he would have did it the last 4 years he was already in charge.
Well, at least the first 2 years when he had the House and the Senate, he'd
Yeah.
have done it then. But guess what? It didn't happen, did it? Much like the whole, the insurrection thing. He left on his own accord. He questioned the election. Things got out of control, but he didn't tell him to go riot. You know what I'm saying? The left loves to say that the right is a party of conspiracy theories. But these are conspiracy theories on the left. Yeah. Literally. I don't agree with the lifestyle personally either. Okay. Personally, I believe it's sinful. That's just my own personal belief. But at the end of the day, you do you as long as you don't bother me or force it upon others like our children.
Like I said before, as long as it doesn't, like that right there, what you said. I don't care what you do behind closed doors. What you do in your bedroom is between you, the person you with.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's consensual. But like,
yeah,
it's none of my business.
I mean, at the end of the day, like if you do that, you're perfectly fine. But when you're reading genderqueer that teaches kids how to have oral sex in classrooms that are less than 5th graders, that's a big nuh-uh. That's where the line's drawn. Okay.
Yeah.
No one cares who you marry. No one cares who you sleep with. Okay. At the end of the day, I don't care. My personal feelings on it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It doesn't. I'm not going to judge you as long as you don't judge me for me. But when you start pushing this stuff where I have to accept it, no, I accept your right to do it. Fine, go do what you want to do. But stop pushing it in like all the movies, the TV shows, everything, because you have to make it an accepted norm. But the majority of the country don't agree with this. Okay?
And like I said before, I remember a time when nobody cared.
Yeah. But again,
nobody cared.
It all started with like, well, let us do this or that. Then it's snowballed to where you give an inch and now you want a mile. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem with it here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Again, it's a very small minority of people who actually believe this way. In America today, only 7% of the people believe in LGBTQ rights, and trans people are even less, at less than 1% of the population. So again, we should not be making laws based on minority. How much? What is that? 92% of the country, 93% of the country are straight or heterosexual. Okay, and the less than 1% that are trans or the LGBT community. How much of it is because it's a fad over the recent years and people just want to be cool? Maybe they're not actually; they're just dressing up and going out and doing this sort of stuff. So
maybe it's not that they want to be cool. Maybe it's because everybody else is doing it and they want to feel accepted. And I think that's the big problem that may be facing their community is they find people in their community that just want to be accepted. Yeah. And the only way that they see to do it is to, put on the rainbow colors and support it. But they just want friends. Yeah. I mean, I remember when I was going in school, that's all I wanted was a friend. But I guess I was weird. And nobody wanted to be my friend. And those that tried found something that they didn't like about me. And I was like, whatever. I even tried changing the way I look to kind of fit in, but that just didn't feel right to me. So I just ended up not doing it. So I don't know. That might be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of it. I mean, I think if people were more accepting of other people, they wouldn't have to resort to some of this, So Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, no one is trying to take your rights away. And Donald Trump has always been for gay marriage, by the way. Always. Like we just told you earlier about that clip where he was talking on The Apprentice about if the guy was homosexual. He's always been okay with it. So, but you know who has not been okay with it for a lot of years? Joe Biden, Barack Obama. They've literally flip-flopped on this issue. You can look that up. So yeah, no one's trying to take your rights away. The left has scared you into thinking like this. At the end of the day, Trump just wants what's best for everyone. Unfortunately, you can't please everyone. I think Trump's trying to do his best to do as best as he can. Like on the abortion issue, like, well, we got to do it for this, or, the exceptions here or whatever. But at the end of the day, you got to get elected. So.
That's a good question. Like, what rights are they expecting to be losing when he becomes president?
Abolish gay marriage. That's why the lady said, "Pride might ring off my cold dead gay hand." They think that the Supreme Court is going to do that. Now, there are some people on the right who probably would like to do that. Donald Trump's not one of them. So, and I'm not saying that the people on the right should do that either. I'm not. I mean, I don't necessarily. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't agree with it. But again, you don't bother me. It's the land of the free. Do what you want. Fine. That's the way I look at it at this point. Yeah. Let's see. Let's move on here to what's next here. Okay. What Joe Biden did not lie about, other people did, though. We had Michelle Obama and Barack Obama gave speeches. Michelle Obama said Kamala Harris doesn't run from a fight, even though she's literally running away from Fox debates as we speak.
And questions.
And questions and interviews, everything, you name it. She also said that we don't get to change the rules, so we always win. Let's listen to that.
If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules, so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No.
So, yeah, I mean, says the party who just outed Joe Biden, who got 14 million primary voters for someone who didn't even receive a single vote.
Yeah.
So, Supreme Court. So, this is the same party who wants to pack the Supreme Court so they get their way. A lot of these headlines you just saw flash across your screen is debunking everything she just said. The party who wants to get rid of the filibuster. Not to mention they changed election laws in multiple states in order to steal an election. But no, they don't get to change the rules, so they always win. They're literally the party that does that. Literally. Quite literally. Let's see here. She also went on against how rich people are bad. By the way, talking about how her family and her mother was always suspicious of folks who take more than they are than it's needed.
You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning.
So I guess wealth is a bad thing, according to the Democrats. These are the same Democrats who are rich as hell.
Yeah.
So what about Aunt Jemima? Was she evil because she had a company, probably $1 million company, and wealthy?
Uncle Ben.
And Uncle Ben, is that why we removed them from their products? Is because does that put a stink on a certain culture?
Yeah, maybe. Apparently, only black people who are allowed to be wealthy are like Oprah and Michelle and Barack Obama, unless you're a basketball player or something to that effect.
Maybe that's what it is.
I don't know. But apparently, Uncle Ben or Aunt Jemima, all that stuff. But apparently, here's Michelle Obama again being called out for her hypocrisy here.
And my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed.
In case the music is copyrighted, we'll turn that off. But yeah, look at all these properties that Obama's own. Her pantsuit, $2,500. Her high heels, $1,000. But we got
to clothes and shoes.
We got to stop all the rich people though. They're the greedy ones. But
dude, I think shoes are expensive if they're more than $50.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Huh?
I have a question though. Why do rich people say shit like that?
Because they're hypocrites.
Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. It's only greedy. It's when election season comes around, the greedy rich, corporations and people out there are stealing from the working people. But I got to get back to my mansion on Martha's Vineyard. You
mean the same greedy rich companies that you have stock in?
Yeah. Oh, we're going to get into that in just a second too.
Didn't the Obama's youngest daughter get a Ferrari while he was in office?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a Bugatti.
Not to mention, Michelle's mother or parents are we're suspicious if you have too much that you don't need. Did they need that Netflix deal that they got after they were, out of the presidency at all? Guess not. But here's Barack Obama and some of the stuff he said during his speech.
It is one of the oldest tricks in politics. From a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale.
Listen carefully.
We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse.
Now, was he talking about Joe Biden?
Had to be.
I mean,
that's the only way.
The Biden-Harris administration is literally the sequel to Barack Obama's original film. or Joe Biden is the original film and Kamala Harris would be the sequel. He literally said bumbling, stumbling, chaos over the last 4 years.
No, Melina.
He literally just ran against Joe. He's trying to put this on Donald Trump, obviously. But it's interestingly enough to me that over the last 6 years.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Was the person in that last frame, was that War Machine?
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah, it looks like Don Cheadle. Yeah.
Don Cheadle.
It's Don Cheadle.
Sorry, it's kind of grainy on my end, so I couldn't really tell.
Yeah. So all the Hollywood celebrities are Democrat because they're rich and all that sort of stuff. But yeah.
Where's the tax on them?
Oh yeah, they won't ever do that to themselves.
Yeah, where's the tax on these actors and actresses that are getting $1 billion to appear in a movie for 10 minutes?
Oh, exactly. See, it's okay to attack Donald Trump or the corporations or Elon Musk, but when it comes down to Hollywood celebrities, the Obamas or Oprah, no, we got no problem with them being rich. Period.
It just seems like they're only going to affect the rich people that actually affect that can affect the economy in a good way.
Yeah, pretty much. And again, I find it interesting that even CNN, somebody on that network said that over the last 16 years, 12 years have been under Democrat power. Donald Trump was only in 4 years, and it's still Donald Trump's fault.
In all these speeches, as good as they were, is that she's in the White House right now. Democrats have controlled the White House for 12 of the last 16 years. And for all of the talk about division and the problems in the country and people are hurting, Democrats have mostly controlled this country. Trump had it for 4. The Obamas and Biden had it for the rest of the time. And somehow it's still all Trump's fault. And somehow she hasn't been at the center of it. So to me, that's still the glaring hole in this campaign that hasn't yet been solved at the convention. How do you explain all of the problems that will be solved by the person who is currently in there for the last 3.5 years, who is supposed to already be working on solving it? But
yeah, so
that's what I said.
Yeah, it's come on, this is hypocritical, guys. It's
Who is that guy?
I think his name was Scott something on CNN. Scott. Couldn't tell you his name off the top of my head.
He don't sound like he's a Democrat.
Well, yeah,
because he makes sense.
Yeah, I mean Van Jones sometimes makes a little sense there too, but yeah, so it's crazy to me.
I heard Vivek told Van Jones to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, well, Van Jones has some stupid stuff too. But anyway, so yeah, look at this. I mean, they're hypocrites again. Like I said, you're not calling Taylor Swift out for being rich, are you?
That's wild, bro.
I mean,
too much
seriously.
money.
Yeah,
is that Taylor Swift stuff?
No, this is just I don't know. This is just mansions and stuff for sure. Oh, it's Michelle Obama and the Obama stuff for sure. They're all owned by the Obamas. But
okay, who needs 4 mansions?
You don't. But only when
Especially
they
not
can.
politicians.
Yeah.
But
the Harrison Walls camp.
People-
Oh yeah, I know.
People are struggling to own 1 home.
I know. And
Like,
they get
how is it fair that they get 4?
Yeah.
Like,
give it some of them migrants that you kicked off Martha's Vineyard. How about you do
Yeah.
that?
yeah, this house right here could probably 12 of them could fit in one of their houses.
Oh, probably in their foyer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as you walk in.
I mean, like,
wild.
It's ridiculous. Here I am living in a 1-bedroom apartment, but you know what? I'm perfectly fine with that because I can sleep at night. But apparently, when Tim Walz is cozying up next to Alex Soros at the DNC, that's perfectly fine.
Crazy, big dog.
Alex Soros, one of the most corrupt, overwhelmingly rich people on the planet. The Soros want to take over the world. Look up the World Economic Forum if you don't believe me. So, yeah, that's okay for certain
Why
people.
they standing so awkwardly?
Yeah. You Democratic voters need to realize wealth in and of itself isn't evil. If you believe them going after the richest for you as a middle-class working person, you're naive. That's simply not how our economy works. That's all they're trying to do. They're trying to trick you for votes. But speaking of other rich people lecturing us of how being rich is evil, this is J.D. Pritzker, governor of Illinois, who had to be lowered onto the stage by a crane. He says that take it from him. He said, take it from him.
Wait, seriously, or was that a joke?
That was a joke.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He makes Chris Christie look slim.
I didn't watch it, but I'm just like, are you? Wow. I just wondered if maybe he had like a scoliosis thing, or he was a paraplegic and he had to be lowered in a crane. So I didn't know. I was like, what? So I was looking for the cords. I was like, wait a minute, is he being held up somehow?
Look, I admit it's a low blow. I understand, but have a little bit of a sense of humor, for God's sake. But anyway, apparently here's a video of him comparing himself to Donald Trump as a billionaire, saying, Donald Trump's not a real billionaire, but he is.
Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire. Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity.
So do Democratic voters actually believe Donald Trump's not wealthy? I mean, Trump's net value is about $7 billion and Pritzker's is about $3.5 billion. So he literally has twice as much money as
That's enough money to go shut the fuck up, man. Don't talk to me.
Who is he trying to
You can't
fool
talk
here?
to me till you hit the tax bracket I'm in.
I mean,
as Elon would say, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Or no, it's more like go fuck yourself. Hi, Bob. I loved it when he did that. That was hilarious.
That's what I did to JR today.
Doug
Wait, hold
Emhoff.
What? It was foul. I said that today at work to somebody, and I know if you're watching this because you said you were going to watch it. My fault, JR. I was not lying.
But Kamala's husband, Doug Emhoff, I think I pronounce it Emhoff, he gave a speech to the DNC. Kamala was actually in the air on, I believe it's Air Force 2. I think that's what they call the vice presidential plane, and ordered the captain to circle the DNC so she could hear her husband's speech. So let's watch a video of CNN explaining that one.
Yeah, the vice president was returning to Chicago after having campaigned in Milwaukee earlier in the day, and she was on Air Force 2 when her husband, Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, began speaking at the convention. So the plane actually circled for an extra 15 minutes, we're told, in the sky so she could finish watching his speech.
So the party of fighting climate change, ladies and gentlemen, they don't believe their own lies, guys. She's circling in a plane for 15 extra minutes. Just all that, gas in the air, all those fumes destroying the climate.
Wait, why didn't she did she leave?
Well, she had been traveling, doing some other events, and she's coming back on Thursday to give her speech. I think he spoke on Wednesday night. But it's just like, just land. Why can't you land and still watch it? I don't understand.
Listen, I get that they're trying to make them seem like this lovey-dovey ass couple. One, I don't give a shit. Like, I really don't. So, because they're trying to humanize her. That's all this is, right?
Yeah.
So, take the picture. We know damn well right after that picture was taken, that laptop was closed. She was talking about something else. Like,
maybe
I don't care. Yeah. Move on. To say that you had to make it seem like there was this big romantic thing that fuck off. I don't care.
Yeah. And I get every side kind of does this sort of thing at the conventions and
but
stuff
your
like
relationship doesn't play into why I'm voting for you.
No,
that's
none of your personal life is my concern. It's your policies which you ain't shared.
Yeah.
Oh, but they don't understand that. They just we hope we make the voters feel good for sure. But to me, it's just the hypocrisy of the whole climate change.
When you have to make
hold on, because her personal life, she's a hoe.
Listen, always say what you vote. Listen. They're trying to. Anytime you try to have to humanize somebody, it's crazy.
Yeah,
and that's what they're trying to do.
It's
right
pandering, is what it is. It really is. Hillary Clinton,
relatable.
Yeah. By the way, the Clintons were here.
This is a wild stop, man.
I know. Well, it's just the way I technically where the video started. Hillary Clinton spouted lies and conspiracy theories about convictions and such, completely leaving out all context on the trial for Donald Trump, including the part where evidence was submitted that is now inadmissible in court due to the SCOTUS ruling on presidential immunity. So let's play that.
Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As vice president, Kamala sat in the Situation Room.
It's funny they're chanting "lock him up." Weren't they the same people who were criticizing, the right for chanting "lock her up" when Donald Trump ran for office? Which Donald Trump never really said, by the way. It was his supporters that said it. So, and Trump obviously didn't do it. He even claimed he could have done it or whatever, but he chose not to, out of interest of keeping the country from falling apart, ripping it apart. Which I actually criticize him on. I think he should have went after her. I think he should go after her next time. But I hope he does, but I don't know if he will, because he's talked about he wants unity. The Democrats didn't care about that when they went after him. But again, left out all the context about the trial with all that stuff about the presidential immunity and some of the stuff they admitted in court. Should not be considered evidence now because it doesn't count. But they're still going to try to
keep saying he's convicted. Like,
they're going to try and sentence him too in about 2 weeks. So we'll see how that goes. But anyway, apparently she's still bitter over 2016. Apparently that's pretty much the way that goes, because obviously she's still mad about Trump kicking her ass in the Electoral College that year. So that's pretty much what this is. It's sour grapes. Also, Bill Clinton also spoke on Wednesday night. Oh, I'm sorry, right photo.
Oh shit!
This is a photo that is at what is it, on Epstein Island, Epstein's home?
Yeah.
It's
the fact that that's a real painting is
the painting, yeah, which makes you wonder if he actually dressed like that. So for sure, he literally pronounced Kamala Harris's name wrong. So I wonder if he's going to be labeled a racist by CNN like they do everybody else who mispronounces it.
Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask for their
Kamala.
Hey, listen.
Kamala Harris. Most people don't mess it up that way.
This is gonna make me sound crazy. Blow it back up again. Like, don't play the video. Just blow the picture back up.
Here.
He looked like he said the N-word a lot.
Okay. I mean, hopefully not to Obama's face.
Wait, what?
Yeah, what are you?
What is this?
Look at him. He looks like one of those old Southern racists in movies. Tell me I'm wrong. There's always that old guy with the coiffed white hair, and he sound country as hell.
Fair enough. I'm trying to figure out how to move on from that.
Oh my gosh!
By the way,
I got to do like you get it.
All I know is the minute that Monica Lewinsky's molester got on the stage, Democrats lost the right to open their mouths about Donald Trump's relationship with women.
He opened hers.
Yeah, that's true too. But you lost all high ground there. By the way, when Bill Clinton came out on the stage that night, the crowd, who were supposedly against sexual assault victims, gave Bill Clinton a standing ovation.
That's wild.
And then they have the audacity the next night to trot out these ladies talking about sexual assault victims.
Against sexual violence, I urge all of us to stand together to support survivors, believe them, and hold perpetrators accountable. Against sexual.
So that does include Bill at all? What about Joe Biden showering with his daughter and Tara Reid?
All the other shit.
That count? Or are we just talking about Donald Trump, who had sex, consensually with women?
I was about to say, it was consensual. Like, you can't even.
I mean, you may not like it. It may not be moral. I don't agree with it either, personally. But you know what? Doesn't affect me. But, here they are trotting out these women right after Bill Clinton the night before. It's hypocrisy to the highest level, guys. And then we get this. Speaking of people who do not have the moral high ground, they get Harvey Weinstein's best friend, Oprah Winfrey, to speak. Okay? And she basically comes out in her Joker outfit, basically going, you get an illegal alien. You get an illegal alien. You get an illegal alien.
Look under your seats.
Yeah, look under your seats. Yeah, exactly. So she endorsed Kamala Harris here, but loved Donald Trump before he ran for office.
They all did.
They all did. I mean, everybody did. So much so, she wanted him to.
I seen a video of him on The View when Barbara Walters was there. And it was right when he was deciding whether or not he was going to run. And he is sitting next to Joy Behar, who is looking at him like she's in fucking love with him.
Yeah.
She gave him a hug. He hugged everybody out there.
Oh, yeah, on The View. Yeah, they love him too.
Here's the thing. His views were no different then than they are now.
No.
And nobody pressed him about it.
Because he didn't run as a Democrat. That's why.
With the law with it. But he stated at that point in time too, he wasn't running as a Democrat.
Yeah.
Well, because they didn't think he would ever do it. Everything sounds good to them.
Barbara
They're
did.
so fucking evil. They're two-faced.
She called him her friend, one of her closest friends.
It doesn't benefit them anymore. That's part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, if he was still
Evil ways were more important than saving the world.
But that's the thing I've been saying all along. The left has moved so far left. They're now radical left. All the left are. The right has moved right of center. They're basically left now. The Rhino establishment Republicans. Donald Trump is on the right, more in the center than the right and left are. So when Donald Trump didn't move, everybody else moved. So now Trump's the enemy.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
It's crazy though.
It's stupid. And he's just all about common sense. But again, Oprah Winfrey had him on her show way back when, and she asked if he'd be running for office.
Last year, criticizing U.S. foreign policy. What would you do differently, Donald?
I'd make our allies, forgetting about the enemies you can't talk to so easily. I'd make our allies pay their fair share. We're a debtor nation.
Familiar.
Something's going to happen over the next number of years with this country because you can't keep going on losing $200 billion, and yet we let Japan come in and dump everything right into our markets and everything. It's not free trade. If you ever go to Japan right now and try to sell something, forget about it, Oprah. Just forget about it. It's almost impossible. They don't have laws against it. They just make it impossible. They come over here, they sell their cars, their VCRs, they knock the hell out of our companies. And hey, I have tremendous respect for the Japanese people. I mean, you can respect somebody that's beating the hell out of you, but they are beating the hell out of this country. Kuwait, they live like kings. The poorest person in Kuwait, they live like kings. And yet they're not paying. We make it possible for them to sell their oil. Why aren't they paying us 25% of what they're making? It's a joke.
This sounds like political presidential talk to me. And I know people have talked to you about whether or not you want to run. Would you ever?
Probably not. But I do get tired of seeing the country ripped off.
Why would you not?
I just don't think I really have the inclination to do it. I love what I'm doing. I really like it.
Also, it doesn't pay as well.
No, it doesn't. But, I just probably wouldn't do it, Oprah. I probably wouldn't, but I do get tired of seeing what's happening with this country. And if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings and we're not.
Now, after Oprah come out, and by the way, he's saying the same things there as he says today. He's not changed one iota. I mean, on his policy stances. Now, after Oprah come out and
be on board with what he was saying.
Yeah, she was. This is back in 1987.
She
but
doesn't want that.
he knew then what's going on now, and it's just got to a point where it's killing us. And he's like, I got to step in. That's what he's doing. Now, after Oprah endorsed Kamala Harris, Donald Trump released this letter he got from Oprah back in January of 2000, where she's basically, hoping that he would run. And at the very bottom, she says, "Too bad we're not running for office. What a team we'd make." So, yeah, I mean, again, the hypocrisy. Donald Trump shared this. So, I mean, it's such hypocrisy.
Here's the thing. Donald Trump has his number, his phone number is in some of these people's phones to this day.
Yeah, still. And he'd be open to talking to them if they wanted a conversation. Think about that. Wild. They tried to kill his ass. They tried to jail his ass. And he would still have a dialogue with these people. That's what's insane to me. But yeah, that just shows you who Donald Trump is. So yeah, I mean, again, Oprah Winfrey, someone else who's worth $3 billion.
You can't trust nobody.
Hell
yeah. Definitely, apparently, according to these two, you can't trust rich people, but one's worth 70 million, the other's worth 3 billion. So again, bunch of lying morons here for sure. And Chris Cuomo, of all people, whose own brother basically killed senior citizens in New York when he was governor under COVID, he's out here calling out the rich assholes in the DNC basically to their faces while standing in the arena while they're up in the skyboxes.
A big theme here at the DNC is that they're going to go after corporate gouging, and they're going to go after corporations, whether it's in taxes, largesse, loopholes. The RNC, we heard the same thing. They're going after the elites, the two sets of rules. Let me reveal a reality to you that has to be spoken to here, okay? These are the soldiers. These are the men and the women that go back to their constituencies and their communities, and they fight. They take time from their jobs. They take time from their families.
Normal
Republicans and Democrats alike, that's what they do. They need to charge these people up. They need to be able to get them on board. But there's another reality that is literally looking down on them. Greg, look at the ring of sweets, okay? This is not unique to Democrats. There is a game of money. When people talk about uniparty, we are strangled by the money reality in our politics. Those suites start at 500 grand. You think there's like a teacher group up in there? You think it's like the Cub Scouts of Columbia County, South Carolina, that's up in those boxes? Some of them are lobbies and good things. The media boxes, you think they're free? Why do you think I'm on the floor? News Nation is not a broke company. Nexstar is a massive organization. We are corporate media. We don't have one of those boxes because that's the game. You pay to play. Those boxes are filled with the same people that they say they're going to regulate. They are literally looking down on the faithful and being told, yeah, we're going to break down on them. We're going to make them pay their share. They paid $500, $700, $1 million, $1.5 million to have those seats. They get hotel suites that are probably gifted to the party. And the same thing is true with the Republican side. And they're going to take them down. They're going to change how it is. They are looking down from on high at the people who make the difference in their communities. And that is the reality of politics. And I had my producer walk around and show you those suites. Now, they're not all the same. They're not all the same.
I think Chris Cuomo just became a Trump supporter.
Yeah, and it scares me.
Yeah.
I don't trust him.
Chris Cuomo is the same guy who lied for years on CNN, pushing this leftist nonsense. If anybody should know, it's him. And now he's saying it because he don't work for CNN anymore.
They're all this for this tax shit, but because they act like it doesn't affect them. The only way you can be so comfortable with something like that is because you got nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
It's like that time that what's her name? Cortez. What's her fucking
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, probably.
Yeah.
We didn't have time to cover here, but she's just idiot stuff too. But
she was at the Met Gala wearing a dress that said tax the rich. But you know how much them tickets cost?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Donald Trump.
Tax yourself, bitch?
Yes, Donald Trump is rich, but he's the one guy who's trying to fight all these establishment rich people who were taking advantage of you. That's the thing people don't understand. And this is why, that reason right there, he's trying to fight these people who will not help the American people who work really hard in their daily lives. This is why they hate Donald Trump. You guys need to understand this, because if you keep thinking that Donald Trump's just one of them, yes, financially he is, but look at some of the stuff he's advocated for and stuff he's done and said. He is not with these people. That's why he's got such a big fan base and a rally behind him. People want to see him take these people down so the American people have this country back. That's the whole point of this, guys. But we had a few more speakers, and we're getting close to wrapping up. I know it's gotten late. But we had Sheriff Javier Salazar, who was a sheriff near the border, and he come out here and endorsed Kamala Harris, which is awful suspicious.
When Donald Trump comes down to Texas, stands next to officers in uniforms just like mine, he's not there to help us. Don't think that. Not for a second. He is a self-serving man.
Okay.
I mean, look, just like when he killed the border bill, he just made our jobs harder.
We went over with that earlier.
Now, Kamala, on the other hand, has been fighting border crime for years. She's gone down to Mexico and worked to stop the traffickers. And when the traffickers didn't stop, she put them in jail. Now, down in my neck,
and they let him go the next day, probably, if she did it all.
I may be paraphrasing a bit.
Now, this is the same guy who is now most likely being paid to say this, because in 2022, he was singing a completely different tune. He was begging the Biden and Harris administration to come down here and help because they weren't lifting a finger.
Sir, tell us about what you are asking for. What are your needs?
Well, right now, thank you for having me. First off, right now, what I'm asking for is for the president or a member of his administration that can make decisions to come down and talk to not just me, but at least 12 other Texas sheriffs from major counties in the state of Texas that are dealing with this issue firsthand. So I'd like to see somebody from Washington come down here, get boots on the ground, get eyes on the issue at hand, and then talk to us, a bipartisan group of Texas sheriffs.
But they were being ignored by the Biden-Harris administration, and now he's saying they went down there to help. Does that sound a little sus to anybody else?
Yep.
Not to mention, again, they claim that the border crossings have gone down since Biden took office. Here's the chart that you might recognize. It literally saved Donald Trump's life. We mentioned that lie earlier, and here's the numbers. Look at the red arrow at the bottom of the screen. That's when Trump left office and everything just shot way the hell up at the border. So, again, they're lying to you, ladies and gentlemen, and this can be verified. You can look up these charts and stuff online for sure. We also got Capitol Police Officer, I may butcher this name, Aquilino Gonal. He spoke about how he almost died on January 6th, like every other. Let's see. Yeah, only problem is he's lying like every other speaker.
Donald Trump, I ask, why don't you? On January 6th, I nearly died protecting the Capitol, and I will do it again for our democracy. The way to preserve it is to elect Kamala Harris.
Okay, so he basically, crapping on January 6th. But here's a video of him on January 6th. After the riots were over, they were trying to carry out a dead woman, I believe, who passed away. She was getting trampled. And he's apparently fine at this moment. So here he is. That's highlighted here. He's walking around. He's just fine. I believe he claimed he had head injuries and things like that. But I don't know about you, but he looks good to me.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, some of the stuff they tell you about January 6th doesn't always add up. If you go back and look at the actual videos that they tried to suppress, by the way.
And he blamed Donald Trump, but yet literally there's a video of Nancy Pelosi saying it's our fault.
Yeah, well, that and Donald Trump literally said, peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Oh, he didn't respond for 3 hours. He literally put out videos that X censored. He put out tweets. Well, I mean, it takes time to get in front of a camera, too, especially when you're trying to make sure the president's safe and all this sort of stuff. So, no, he didn't do half of what they said he did on January 6th. Here's another officer lying. And apparently, Kamala Harris, she finally accepted the nomination. And basically a DEI hire, if I ever saw one, because she did not earn it. Here's a graphic showing about how, they talk about democracy, but she didn't earn a single vote other than the delegates to get the nomination. The delegates were for Joe Biden. This is an installation because they knew that she wouldn't get the votes in any of the primaries. So they bypassed the primaries, kicked Joe to the curb, and then said, oh, those delegates that Joe Biden won, we'll give them to Kamala because Kamala was the vice president. Nobody actually voted for Kamala, though.
Nope.
So this is how they're doing it, guys. But they're for democracy. The people need to have their say, right? This is bull. So yeah. So funnily enough, though, she finally got to the stage. But funny enough, she ran through her biography, but she didn't mention her Marxist father, who, by the way, is still alive and who was not in attendance. Though it looks like they're trying to distance her from him because of the terrible policy ideas she probably got from his Marxism. Interestingly enough, just a little tidbit there. Her mother was there, but he wasn't. Why is that? Makes you wonder. She lied all the way through her speech.
She probably put him in jail for drug stuff.
Yeah, maybe she's she's a hard hitting DA or prosecutor, right? Okay, sure. Yeah. Even though she was like jailing people for misdemeanor marijuana charges long after their sentences expired, she kept them in jail. They don't tell you that part.
For labor.
Yeah, for labor. Yeah, she said we need him to fight fires. That's what she said. Things like that. So she was again slave labor.
Evidence against somebody.
Yeah, withheld evidence, I believe, against a person on death row who was innocent, by the way. Withheld that evidence. So, yeah, they don't tell you this shit, but she's a hard-hitting DA. She's going to go after Trump, my God. But anyway, she lied all the way through her speech. Basically, all the same lies that Joe Biden told that we went over earlier. It was basically a biography of her and her family history without mentioning her Marxist dad. None of her family history helps the country. No one other than stupid Democrats care about your identity politics. They don't care. She mentioned Donald Trump 15 times, inflation 0 times. This entire DNC showed hatred against Donald Trump with 0 policy plans, relying solely on the stupidity of their voters, not researching the truth. These people are absolute evil. And of course, that's basically what this was. Trump, Project 2025, abortion, Trump. That's what the whole DNC was about. So I thought this characterization was pretty funny. So yeah, that's pretty much what her speech was. So, and even CNN, like I said, they were fact checking her all night long about some of the lies she was telling about Donald Trump, talking about how he wants to actually fight the middle class instead. His Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 permanently cut tax rates and lowered individual tax rates for most households. She claimed we are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We told earlier about he's not going to do that, and he didn't do that. We know what a second Trump term looks like. It's like Project 2025. Again, we talked about that too. She just laid into all the lies. That's the Democratic playbook at this point, over and over.
Kind of like somebody came out, said the script, over like different people, and then she just came out and repeated what they said
over and over again. Yeah,
like they gave her all her talking points, and then she talked about the same things.
And not once did she say how she's going to do anything or nothing. She didn't talk any policy during her speech. So again, elect me, and then I'll tell you what I'm going to do. How dumb must you be if you're voting for Kamala Harris? I'm sorry, you're dumb. Not to mention, speaking of lies, apparently this week we got a few more items before we're done here. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that almost 1 million jobs were officially revised down from the job numbers over the Biden-Harris administration. 818,000, nearly 1 million jobs that they reported over the last year were not accurate. They lied about it. So this job stuff that Joe Biden claims he created 16 million new jobs, we knew that was a liar anyway. These are some actual job numbers here, by the way. This is from November of 2023, so bear with me here. Apparently, they lost 21 million jobs due to COVID. The country did. Biden claims don't take into account that the 12 million or so that were recovered from the pandemic before even Biden took office. So the 21 million here, and then the 12 million that were recovered under Donald Trump before he left office. So that left 9 million jobs that needed to still be recovered after the pandemic and during Biden's new term. And apparently of those 9 million new jobs, I think it was, 4,675,000 were created by November of 2023 for a net gain of new jobs actually created 4.7 million by November 2023. Now, this is about 8 months old or whatever it is at this point, 10 months old. So you got to keep that in mind. But under the Donald Trump presidency, he created 6.7 million new jobs. And under the Joe Biden's term as of November of last year, he was 2 million jobs short of Donald Trump. So the lie that the Democrats like to tell you that Joe Biden created 16 million new jobs and all this job creation is far less than what they told you due to jobs recovered by the pandemic. And the fact that this number here of 4.7 million may not even be accurate either if they're fudging the numbers and saying 818,000 jobs were created and they actually weren't, as proven by the Bureau of Labor Statistics this week. So yeah, I mean,
Biden administration has been caught fraudulently manipulating job statistics to hide the true extent of the economic ruin that they've inflicted on America. The new data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that the administration padded the numbers with an extra, listen to this one, 818,000 jobs that don't exist. So they said they existed, and they never did exist. They built them up so that they could say what a wonderful job they're doing.
but yeah, so
Ability for this.
so this is apparently let's see, who is this here? This is the Commerce Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, who works for the Biden administration. She basically didn't know that this statistic came from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, thought that Donald Trump was just lying. So here she is looking like a fool.
Do you potentially think that this new numbers could be a liability for this campaign?
No, when I hear that, first of all, I don't believe it because I've never heard Donald Trump say anything truthful.
It is, though, from the Bureau of Labor.
I'm not familiar with that.
I'm not familiar with that.
Wait, what?
You want me to play it again?
No, the fact that she said that is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. They don't
She's
even
not
know.
familiar with the Bureau of Labor?
Because it's a talking point, Donald Trump lies, la, la, la. But it wasn't him who reported it. It was the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And you're Secretary of Commerce. Shouldn't you know that? Anyway, to wrap things
It doesn't
up
fit
here,
the narrative, so she doesn't know.
Exactly. To wrap things up here, the same people we just showed you who claimed that Trump is a threat to democracy literally forced this man off the ballot and out of the Democratic Party, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So yeah, and they're not only they kick him out of the Democratic Party, they've been actively trying to remove him from the ballot so he can't run against Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Well, Kamala Harris now, and they've also been doing the same thing to Jill Stein, who's also running in the presidential election. But Robert F. Kennedy Jr. today dropped out of the race and has officially endorsed Donald Trump here. Here he is kind of laying into some of the Democrats and the things that they've been doing over the last few years.
Instead of showing us her substance and character, the DNC and its media organs engineered a surge of popularity for Vice President Harris based upon, well, nothing. No policies, no interviews, no debates, only smoke and mirrors and balloons in a highly produced Chicago circus. There in Chicago, a string of Democratic speakers mentioned Donald Trump 147 times just on the first day. Oh, who needs a policy when you have Trump to hate? In contrast, at the RNC convention, President Biden was mentioned only twice.
Yeah, so again, he's talking about how they're lying, so he sees it just like everybody else does. Here he is officially endorsing Donald Trump.
I can say to all who have worked so
Hard to hear,
hard in the last year and a half, thank you for a job well done. 3 great causes drove me to enter this race in the first place, primarily. And these are the principal causes that persuaded me to leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent. And now to throw my support to President Trump. The causes were free speech, a war in Ukraine, and the war on our children. I've already described some of my personal experiences and struggles with the government's censorship industrial complex.
So yeah, so there he is officially dropping out. And of course, when he dropped out and is no longer in the CNN's mind, drawing votes away from Donald Trump. Now they're pissed at Robert F. Kennedy Jr., even though they already were, the Democrats were. So now here's CNN, and somebody on CNN immediately attacking RFK Jr.'s voice. This is absurd and disgusting.
And Donald Trump last week stood and said in front of a bunch of groceries and said, I haven't seen any Cheerios in a long time. I had Cheerios for breakfast. This was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And trying to get any logic out of that is good luck with that. Because it's, one, you can't understand what he says. Two, if you can't understand what he says. And reminded of a line in Mel Brooks' Blazing Saddles, when somebody gets up and gives an indecipherable speech, he says, who can argue with that? That's authentic frontier gibberish. And that's exactly what that is.
So because the man has a hard time speaking due to medical reasons, it's fair game to attack him for that, huh? I mean, just because, again, you don't agree with him and you can't believe he left the Democratic Party to go side with Donald Trump, you're the traitor. You know,
President Biden made up words.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
President Biden made up words.
Yeah.
But we're gonna make fun of him for having a speech impediment, due to medical.
Yeah, it's just a raspy voice. Yes, I understand he's hard to understand, but he's got a reason for that. I mean, it's evil to attack him for that. Not to mention, like you said, Joe Biden, my favorite one ever. He said, "True international double to pressure." That's literally verbatim what Joe Biden said. If you want proof of it, I can show you the video.
Don't forget Booty Juice.
Yeah, just Secretary Booty Juice. Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. But anyway,
That's hilarious.
Donald Trump held a rally in Arizona on Friday night as well, and he introduced Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on stage with him to fireworks. It was a big fanfare here, no doubt about it. So, yeah, it was just kind of good to see these two guys finally coming together here. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. also spoke once again. But before we did it, they shook hands. I looked at that as the MAGA powers finally coming together, kind of like back in the day, Hulk Hogan and the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the MAGA powers instead of the mega powers. So, yeah, they all united here. So we're going to hopefully get a bit of a unity party here, as we'll talk about this in a second. But Robert F. Kennedy Jr. spoke a little bit during his endorsement speech and at the Trump rally about chemicals being put in the foods of our children.
Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food?
Look at that crowd.
And don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted.
So, yeah, so that's good. I know Miranda may have some thoughts on that. You want to address that a little bit?
I just can't wait. Our food is so bad. And Brandon and I talk about it all the time. We watch all these international cooking shows and travel food network stuff.
You realize like the shit that's legal here for us to eat is illegal as shit elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the dyes they use to the just chemical preservatives.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
I don't know about you. When I was growing up, I never really remember. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I don't remember hearing about kids getting cancer when I was growing up too much.
No, not.
Seems like it happens all the
Not
time
like-
now.
Not like now, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it was always a thing to it.
I mean, autism, ADHD, all that.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
And then how much of it is hereditary you pass down when you have a child? I don't know. I mean, the damage it's doing. I mean, we got an obesity epidemic going on basically in this country too. Look at Russia. Do you see many obese people coming out of Russia? No, you don't. By the way,
China.
Russia. Yeah, or China. By the way, Russia this week offered sanctuary to people from Western countries who want to seek asylum, who wants to get away from this ideology. By the way,
That's
so again,
wild.
is Putin as bad as everybody says he is, or is it just because he doesn't agree with the globalist establishment? I mean, makes you really think about this stuff. Are we really the world's good guys, or are we maybe the world's bad guys here? Under Donald Trump, who actually walked into North Korea, first time any U.S. president's ever done it. Everybody said, "Oh, he's cozying up to dictators." No, he was doing diplomacy over there. There's a difference. He was talking to them, treated them with some respect, instead of just saying, Now, yes, he called him Little Bomber Man. Fair enough, but it's a joke. He took a joke. You know what I'm saying? You can have such humor too. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure he was stern with them as well. But all this aside, though, with RFK Jr. now joining the ranks of MAGA, so to speak, or helping out there. Obviously, we're not always going to agree with everything RFK Jr. says as well. He's a former Democrat as well, but so is Tulsi Gabbard, and she's basically saying a lot of common sense things here as late as well. So now that you add Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, those two major businessmen as well, with J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, could we be looking at that third party maybe starting to be formed here, a unity party, a We the People party, again, who is against the establishment Republicans and Democrats? Just saying.
A sausage party?
Okay, I'm done with you. All right.
Tulsi's there.
That's wild.
I mean, shit.
Wild.
Hey, it's the 21st century. She could be a guy. We don't know.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry. That was bad.
Tulsi left the Democratic Party much like RFK did. Yeah. So again, this is going to bring potentially millions of independent voters to Donald Trump. So with RFK joining forces here. So we'll see how this shakes out. There were some people like, well, maybe RFK running independently could draw some votes from Kamala Harris, and maybe they won't now. But I think it seemed like the majority of people believed it was going to be RFK drawing from Donald Trump because he broke away from the
But
Democratic
he's
Party.
going to stay on the ballot in the states that will hurt Kamala.
Oh yeah, well they're trying to pull him off ballots, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it in every state for sure. But the fact that they're suing him, trying to remove him and Jill Stein, that's not democratic either. If you want a democracy, even though we're a constitutional republic, isn't it supposed to be the people decide, not that you get to decide who the people decide for? Call me crazy.
Crazy how y'all just be doing shit and nobody calls you out on it.
Yeah, nobody. The media are dead silent about this. It's no longer Democrat versus Republican. It's control versus freedom. That's what it is.
Exactly.
Yep.
All right. And don't tell me, by the way, to wrap this up, we got Elon Musk apparently is also getting involved with the Trump campaign a little bit after their interview on Spaces on X. And he's saying that, obviously talking a little bit more about potentially making a commission or a government efficiency board to kind of oversee government spending and kind of keeping it in check a little bit. See what he has to say about that.
I wish you could just for a week go into Washington and be the head of the committee for making what is it, for the garbage collection, making government smaller, removing stuff.
I have discussed with Trump the idea of a government efficiency commission.
Nice. Yeah.
And I would be willing to be part of that commission.
I wonder how hard that is.
The antibody reaction would be very strong.
Yes. Yeah.
So you really have to. You're attacking the Matrix at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Matrix will fight back.
We've literally talked about taking the red pill and the blue pill. If you've seen the Matrix, you know what we're talking about. He'd be fighting the establishment, the lie, as the Matrix was. Donald Trump and Elon Musk would be challenging the establishment's pockets. If that's the case, it could get ugly. They need to have protection.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm here for it. These two guys are fearless. You can't say they're not. This is why the government hates both of them. This is about rooting out corruption. So those of you who hate Elon Musk and Donald Trump, the things you say that you want the Democratic Party to do, Trump and Elon are actually doing it, not just word salad. All right. They're not just saying things. All right. They're actually going to try and do this. But again, don't tell me Donald Trump doesn't care about the border. He went down to Arizona while he was down there before the rally tonight. And apparently he talked to some Border Patrol who says that Kamala Harris's transition team doesn't want to listen. So that sheriff from downtown down there said that, Kamala Harris is the one to support. Well, not according to these patrol agents.
Just that with Kamala Harris. And nobody can say that I didn't try to work with her. I met with her transition team. I told her transition team exactly what would happen if they got rid of his policies. We suggested policies to her within her parameters, and she refused to listen. I met with Secretary Mayorkas, again, trying to work with this administration. I supported Secretary Mayorkas' confirmation. It was a big mistake that would never happen again. But in conveying to him, again, the policies that would actually work within their parameters, Kamala Harris completely ignored those policies. She claims that she wants a humane, safe border. Yet what she's given us is absolute chaos.
So Donald Trump doesn't care, right? But how many, I believe Kamala Harris went down to the border once, but it wasn't even a location that was being affected by the border crisis.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump has been to the border multiple times, and even when he wasn't president. So don't tell me Donald Trump doesn't care. I mean, if anything, the border czar doesn't care. Not only that, while he was down there, apparently a member of the press informed him that there was an active threat on his life, and Donald Trump didn't even know about it because the Secret Service didn't tell him.
That's where our country should go. But the Democrats don't want to go there because it doesn't allow them to cheat. Okay, how about one more?
According to the Daily Mail, today there was a manhunt going on in this county. Somebody made death threats to you. Did you hear about that before coming?
No.
And what are your thoughts?
I've heard it's dangerous, but I also have a job to do. I heard it's very dangerous. I haven't heard about that. They probably want to keep it from me. Thank you for telling me. Let's get out of here right now. No, thank you very much for saying. But no, and I have great respect for Secret Service, the job they do, including a month and a half ago when they were jumping on top of me with bullets flying right at them. So mistakes were made, and they're going to learn from the mistakes. But I have great respect. But no, I haven't heard that, but I'm not that surprised. And the reason is because I want to do things that are very bad for the bad guys. So I have heard it's very unsafe to make this trip. There were some people that really didn't want me to make it. Yeah.
So how concerning is that they didn't even tell him? I mean, again, here we go again, guys. But no, it's not an inside job or none of that crap. Not to mention he was doing an interview with a reporter for News
Real
Nation.
quick, Eric.
Yeah.
I just thought that it was really cool how it was like mistakes were made, but we learn from it and then we move on.
Again,
unifying. Yeah, that's crazy to say when the people that were there,
literally in danger.
yeah, probably wanted you dead, and that's why they didn't let you know.
Yeah.
But to say that's crazy.
Hell, there was reports coming out this week, I think, that it come out that apparently local police officers are the ones who killed the shooter that shot at Trump. It wasn't Secret Service after all. So again, that's what makes you question things a little bit too. Assuming the reports are, I don't have to look into it, but that was the reports going around. If that's the case. Why weren't they the ones? They would have had to jump on a better. Local police would have. So again, he was doing an interview with a reporter for News Nation after the speech, and he talked about how it's not safe to be here. We just need to go. So
in this area,
hard
obviously,
to
an
hear.
assassin tried to kill you.
Yeah,
The sheriff.
Can I tell you something? We're in danger standing here talking, so let's not talk any longer. No, I know about it, but they don't want me standing here. They don't want you standing here either. Have a good time. Thank you very much.
So he was at least cordial enough to talk to the reporter a little bit, but he said, "Hey, we need to get out of here. You need to be safe too." So this is it's insane to think about how dangerous this could be. And the final thing I want to talk about, apparently he did have a press conference or a rally, I guess, outside. The first one he's had outside since the shooting in North Carolina this week, where they literally have to now use bulletproof glass, which I kind of wish he'd been using this from the jump. But it almost looks like there's no bulletproof glass from the side, which is concerning to me a little bit. He should be boxed in like, whatever. But that's a little concerning. But yeah.
Pope.
Huh? The Pope. Yeah.
Boxed in like the Pope.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good analogy. But he did even leave the protection of the bulletproof glass when it was I guess it was a very hot day out there, and apparently a young lady, let's be polite, an elderly woman passed out due to the heat, and he wanted to go check on her. So again, you want to say Donald Trump's an evil human being. You want to say he's a horrible man. He just wants to, he's racist or he doesn't care about people. This man literally left the protection of a bulletproof glass to go check on a woman who passed out. He could have just let the doctors do their work. But no, he's an evil, vindictive dictator. I could show you multiple videos of where he's helped, like, the homeless or done good deeds for people. And here's a closer shot of him actually hugging this woman.
I've been his guardian. Oh my God.
Yeah.
What's that?
Don't do that. No, don't do that.
Yeah. So, again, you can say, "Oh, this is just him trying to gain political points." He didn't have to leave that box that's protected him. If he was so selfish, he wouldn't have done it.
There are just some people who are for the people. You could tell it is, man.
So that's a happy note to end the podcast on here. But that right there is fearless, full of compassion. That is my president. Trump 2024.
Yep.
So again, we're just trying to give you guys the facts here. What else do we got to tell you guys? I mean, get out of the mainstream media. Stop listening to that nonsense. Stop listening or start listening. Start going on X more and following the right people on X too. Start following a bunch of these parrots who just want to, perpetuate this propaganda. You're going to believe anything you see. So yeah, it's sad, guys. It really is. I feel like I'm preaching to the wall, but we've only got a little over 2 months left before the election. I feel like the amount that we can get out of this, the better, the most that we can,
Yep.
So we're going to continue to do that for you guys here on the channel. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. You guys got anything else to say? We're hitting 4 hours. So I believe it's our personal record. So
no,
woo, new record.
Big convention this week. So yeah, even though it was a bunch of BS. So
yeah.
But yeah. All right, guys. I guess with that, we're going to get out of here tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please comment below. Let us know what you guys thought about all this. Comment about the movie news, the pro wrestling, the NFL, the politics, the whole shebang. And don't forget to follow us on Rumble now. Like I said, the link is down in the description box below. Please go check that out. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe here on YouTube as well. And until next week's podcast, guys, I believe it'll be on Friday next week. Until then, like I said, take care and God bless.
Bye.
Later.